Matrix. Geek Matrix.
Well, that wouldn't do it again. It was still gobbledygook. Welcome, everybody. Hey, it is episode 286 of the Geek Matrix pod. We have been gone. Now we are back. We're trying to get our shit together. Morty gave us a bag, and Rick is pointing a laser at us. It is for covering weeks of the 18th, the 11th, and just a few blips of the 4th. This week we're talking about DCKO 5, Action Comics 1096, Poison Ivy 42, excuse me, Absolute Superman 17, Absolute Batman 18, Absolute Flash 12 and 13, Absolute Green Lantern 12, JSA number 17, Emperor Aquaman number 15, Green Lantern Corps 14, New Titans 33, Nightwing 136, Deathstroke the Terminator number 1, Batwoman number 1, and Lobo number 1. Good God, that's a lot of books. There's a lot of honorable mentions over the last 2 weeks. Some of them were pretty darn good. Wrap Up of Arcadia I haven't gotten to yet, but I can only imagine it's going to be awesome. I just want to throw out a couple of shout outs to the first week that I wasn't around in episode 285, which was a couple of weeks ago. Absolute Wonder Woman number 17. That was stupid good, and I love that Zatanna. Detective Comics 1106. Perfect fucking ending to that arc. It was something that carries on its own. Definitive resolution, and I am totally down with that. JLU 16. I was pleasantly surprised by the way that arc ended, and I enjoyed it as much as I did the first issue. But it's too bad the issues in between weren't stellar. Flash number 30, decent enough read, but did Barry just Crisis die?
Well, yeah, that was during Crisis on Infinite Earths. So
yeah, he did a flashback, I think.
That was a flashback. Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't like modern time. No, that was they time traveled.
I mean, he's literally running around
the
anti-monitors
or whatever it was.
tower. So
I have been waiting this whole time to clarify that. Oh God. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Woo. Superman 35. Art was good. Green Lantern 32. That shit keeps hitting me like, whoa. I can't wait to see what keeps happening in that. And that's all of the catch up that I've got to do. Do you guys want to zip through it, or is there any news that you would care to share?
Oh, there's
news.
Some fucking news. Yeah.
Is there news? There is news people can use.
It's a bit outdated news because it's at this point people have been talking about it for some days or weeks. We got our first look at the Lanterns TV show. It's polarizing to say the least. I think is the best way to describe it. I've been mulling it over for a couple of weeks. Yeah, the suit has been a point of contention for a lot of people, including a joke Damon Lindelof made on a podcast that even got Grant Morrison fired up.
Well, I think it was the suit and the tone. A lot of people have problems with the tone. I kind of agree, but yeah.
So I've watched a couple of times. I've mulled it over, and so what I'm looking at it as right now, a lot of people are taking it as Hard Traveling Heroes to a T. And to a certain degree, yes, a lot of the inspiration is Hard Traveling Heroes, that whole era, the first appearance of Jon Stewart, Ollie and Hal traveling across the country, yada, yada. That's a big thing there. But I think some of the inspiration that a lot of people aren't seeing are also the late hundreds, like the 180s of issues in Green Lantern when Hal officially retired and handed the ring over to John, and John became Earth's proper Green Lantern. And reading some of those back issues, I'm seeing a lot more similarities there as opposed to Green Lantern 87 with John's first appearance. So I think we're looking in the wrong spot for inspiration. And I'm looking at whatever issues like 182 to 185 or whatever, it's making more sense reading that, and I'm seeing a lot more in Lanterns in those issues. So it might, I think we're just interpreting it a little bit wrong.
Are we though, or is
Yeah.
it that they're trying to mash together two distinct periods of fucking Lanterns?
Well, my biggest point of contention is really not so much that, it's very much the tone, it's the representation. It's like, my thing is, I agree with you, Robin. I hear what you're saying. Yes, it does borrow from that. I guess it would have been Steve Englehart of the book at that point, where Katma was training John Stewart after Hal had retired the ring. But the key point is they're still Green Lanterns. And I think a lot of people were just looking at the trailer and they're like, wow, this looks like a great season of True Detective. I wonder if they're going to do any ring slinging in it. And it's like, I don't know. One thing that Grant had brought up, and I kind of agree with, is like, why are we ashamed of this? You know, you have a lot of people like, well, they didn't want to go too hard with showing the Lantern stuff in the trailer because they don't want to show all their cards. Like, they want to keep some mystery. And also, they don't want to isolate people who might be turned off by the hokey concept of a Green Lantern. And I'm like,
what?
I'm just like, okay, so many holes to point in that argument. But the first thing is, Superman 2025 just fucking came out. You watched an entire film with a Green Lantern doing very hokey concepts, very hokey constructs. And your main like argument is that people don't want to see that. I don't understand that at all. But my thing was like, I'm just like, what is there to be ashamed of at this point?
There's not.
We've fully embraced the superheroes are silly era. Who cares? Like, if they don't care. People will get on board with anything. Now I'm going into rant mode. People will go on board with anything as long as it is accepted enough. If I've learned anything about the human condition, it's this. If enough people say it's okay, people will just go with it. So if people are like, you know what, a Green Lantern, it's not that silly, other people will accept it and they'll be fine with it. So my thing is like, if you could get past that hurdle in Superman, I just don't see why we have to kind of hide it and obscure it in a Lanterns trailer. That's my main point of contention. I'm like, show it off a little bit. Like, come on. I know TV doesn't have a ton of budget, so probably not going to be that many great special effects in it. But if you do have it, like, wear it out a little bit. You know what I mean?
In that respect, they're trying to woo people to Green Lanterns who aren't typically watching a superhero movie. They're trying to appeal to the true detective audience and trying to pull them in, and they want to do that without showing them the Lantern powers. I think that's the right approach. I think that's it's the right approach for what they want to do. I think what they want to do is stupid.
I get it from a marketing
it's not smart,
just like,
but
who fucking cares?
This isn't going to make people happy. At the end of the day, there's never been a project that has had Lindelof attached to it that went all the way through and everyone approved. He's got great fucking ideas. And like, I think his greatest work is the Watchmen TV show, and that's got some problems. Knowing that him and Tom King were behind this, and I believe Uncle Guggy's got some into it too. That's like the trifecta of shit for me. So I wasn't going into this expecting too much, but the fact that they're going to take Hard Traveling Heroes, which is such a beloved and known by many fucking comic story, and mash in elements of other parts just to make Lindelof's things are weird groove fit. I don't agree with it. And then past that, the whole wonky land. Okay, so you've got people that can control light. For 20 fucking years, we've been watching people with weird powers. We've got a guy that can fly, of course. We've got super speed, of course. But we've also all seen the fucking X-Men movies. We've seen guys whose powers are jump far with a sticky fucking tongue. Okay? controlling light isn't wonky. That is absurd.
Yeah, whoever had that
absurd.
opinion,
That's just bonkers. It's fucking bonkers.
I agree. I'm just
Yeah,
like, I don't know what we have to like hide at this point. Like your dad is probably not going to watch a show called Lanterns anyway, and even if he does, I doubt he's going to give a fuck about Green Lantern. Like,
right.
This is very much a show that should appeal to people who are like superheroics. You should bring in people from all corners. Don't get me wrong, but like we know what this is. Like, don't try this is like a Trojan horse. You know what I mean?
Except, and it shouldn't be. If you
have
you have to be sneaky to get people into your product, that doesn't give me a lot of faith.
Disingenuous. Because at the end of the day, that I'm holding my pen really weird, but at the end of the day, the people that you're bringing in from that audience who you think are going to be receptive to the more crazy sci-fi elements probably aren't going to be. They're going to say, I like the mystery. I like the grounded aspect. I don't care about the lantern stuff. And that's a valid opinion from them, but they shouldn't be watching this show then. That's sort of my point, you know? So,
I'm not holding out anything.
Market the show for what it's supposed to be, not what you want people.
Hot take. Their choices for Hal and John were horrible. I think both of them are bad actors.
I mean, I like Kyle Chandler. I've never watched Friday Nights religiously, but I think he's fine.
Yeah, I don't have a basis for Aaron Pierre. I've never been the biggest fan of Kyle Chandler personally, but from what I've seen of his Hal, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
He's definitely they're both very definitely Uncle Guggy kind of actors. If that makes
interesting
sense.
You say that. I don't know that I would agree. I can't speak for Aaron Pierre. I don't know that I would agree about Kyle Chandler. He's definitely got more like leading man looks. He's not one of your CW boys that they could have casted as Hal Jordan, which I'm surprised.
Well, I'm not talking about looks. I'm talking about acting style.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but that's just my
that's neither here nor there. There's a lot of other stuff you guys want to talk about before we get to our 387 books.
Anyway, just one last thing. I have to just dispel this because like this has been nagging at me for some time, and I don't want to be all comic book guy, all Eltingville, push up my glasses.
Push your glasses up. Let's do it.
But like, I don't know. Just for years, people have been citing Hard Traveling Heroes is like this grounded, like socio-political story, and it is. Don't get me wrong. I can point to several issues where they have the Charles Manson one or Desolation or any of these. But like, let's not sit here and pretend that those stories were not hokey as hell and certainly very campy and involved a lot of sci-fi elements. They're not these grounded, like no kind of ring slinging or any kind of fantastical elements. They're all incredibly products of their time. So I'm like, the people saying that, they're like, oh, they're super grounded. Like, you know, they didn't really use a lot of lantern stuff. Like, are we forgetting the issue where Ollie dressed up as an Indian and tried to scare off some loggers? Like, come on, seriously?
It's because when people talk Hard Traveling Heroes, they talk about 3 specific issues.
Yeah.
85, 86, and 87. That's basically it.
Yeah, basically. I'm like, I don't know.
They forget about the rest. Because that whole funny thing was something like 30 to 40 issues.
Even the very funny concept of like, and they're obviously not going to have this in this, but Api Ali Apsa, I think is his name. Taking on a human form and traveling with them for a little bit, like an eternal guardian becoming a human and just kind of traveling with them and occasionally stepping in. Yeah, that's very grounded. Very grounded. Yeah. That's the kind of thing you put in Punisher. Totally.
It's some kind of thing you put in Punisher.
I feel like that meme from Joker where he's like, you know, I'm tired of pretending that it's not, or whatever it is. Like, I'm tired of people saying that Hard Traveling Heroes is this grounded masterpiece. It is at points, but for the bulk of it, actually, and that's the other thing too. I don't want to go on a full tangent, but I'm just like, this one bothers me more because that's only 76 to 87 or something before the book got canceled. Or I'm sorry,
80, 89
76 to 89 before the book got canceled. And then when it came back, they ditched all that stuff because it didn't sell. Now, people are going to clip that and say that politics in comics doesn't work. It's not what I'm saying. The reason it didn't sell is because no one was reading Green Lantern. It was going to get canceled one way or another. That was just an attempt to bring in more people. What I'm saying is they tried that, it didn't work, so they went back to the more sci-fi classic elements that you would have read in a solo Green Lantern book is what I'm trying to say. So my point is that is a very small footnote in, like, when you actually look at the length of it, because I think Green Lantern and Green Arrow were together for 50 plus issues or somewhere in that ballpark. It's like when you actually look at it, it's rather small percentage of their total time together, and yet people call that whole era the hard traveling heroes era. So that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know, I'm just like, I'm tired of people living in a lie.
Fair.
Dispel that rumor, or not rumor, but that misconception.
What was I going to say? The only other last thing I want to say about the trailer, I have a few more thoughts, but I'll save them for another time, is I'm suspecting the footage we saw from the trailer is maybe all or mostly in the first episode, if not the first two episodes. I feel like there's going to be a lot more there. I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Just from how James Gunn was talking about it, I feel like there's a lot more to it than this. Because if the entire series is basically what they showed in the trailer, it's going to be a boring 8 episodes until you get to like the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
If the first episode is culminated in that trailer, then the doors are going to blow wide the fuck open.
I hope that's true. I really do. Although,
like if they do a different
say,
mystery every 1 or 2 episodes, good.
Yeah,
but if it's one big mystery,
a procedural would be very nice as well. That would also kind of fit in with your hard traveling heroes, one and done storytelling.
Yeah.
But I will say they maybe kind of undermine themselves a little bit, because if you had an 8 episode series that was mostly just kind of teeing them up to, I don't know, train as lanterns, and then you have what's his name, Aaron Pierre, showing up in Man of Tomorrow as Green Lantern. I can already hear people being like, why would I waste my time watching a boring 8 episode show called Lanterns where they do nothing with lanterns when I can just watch a blockbuster film where he probably will do lantern shit and it will be more entertaining.
Which he is confirmed to be in Man of Tomorrow, which is exciting.
Exactly. So I'm like, I don't know. It feels like unless they play their cards right, they kind of doomed it for a little bit of failure. I don't know.
What's got me excited is that Nathan Fillion has gone on record in interviews saying that he has dropped the F-bomb more times in his appearance in Lanterns alone than he has in his entire career. And I know that's a weird thing to be excited about, but I am so fucking excited to see him drop bombs like crazy.
I don't feel like I've ever really heard him curse in anything. That's why I'm like, how many times? That is why I'm like, how many times does he really say it though? Because it's not like he curses a lot in some of his roles.
I want to say he did it in his appearance in Peacemaker, but that's because it was Peacemaker.
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah, that would make sense.
Be surprised
because I'm like, it's not like I'm watching, you know, I don't know, Castle or something, and he's like, you fucking, you know. I don't remember an episode like that, but you'd have to correct me if I'm wrong.
No. All right, we had another trailer drop this week, and it was even more exciting and even more long-awaited. Spider-Man Brand New Day came out. Well, the trailer came out. I'm so stoked. It's a very exciting trailer. I really liked it. It's got a lot of exciting stuff in it, namely Michael Mando suiting up as the Scorpion this time. And that's been 9-year wait.
Yeah.
9-year wait for that. And it's finally culminated. I'm happy about that. They had some other stories to tell with the MCU, and they got past all that. So good. And now we're getting to some really grounded Spidey stuff, and I'm happy about that.
I have not checked out the trailer, believe it or not. So
oh shit, you got to check it out.
Much to add, but
I will give you a hint. There is a Straczynski story is potentially being adapted.
Oh, I have been seeing some online chatter about it, and I'm like, if it's, I suspect people are talking about the other, and I'm like,
Yes.
kill me.
I'm excited about them doing the other. I'm gonna be honest with you.
But that was like such a bullshit way of going about getting Peter the natural webbing. They just wanted to tie in with the Spider-Man movies at the time, and they ended up scrubbing it during Brand New Day anyway. So
it's just kind of crazy.
I don't know. I'm like, really? But there's that other story where I just can't remember the issue off the top of my head, but he has the extra arms. I thought that was maybe what they were also kind of referencing too.
Like my buddy is thinking they might do that too.
Yeah, I hope so. That's funny as hell.
Or they go, because there was an even episode of Spider-Man TAS. In the
yes,
80s,
one of my favorites.
With the Punisher when he turned into Man Spider, and he fought the Punisher as Man Spider.
Oh,
and who's in this movie? Frank fucking Castle.
Okay, well, I didn't, like I said, I haven't seen the full trailer, but like I've seen some screen grabs, and I did see something with the Punisher driving the van, and I laughed out loud. I LOL'd because I don't know a ton about the Punisher. Is totally a blind spot for me, but from what I remember of the animated show, he had that battle van.
Yeah,
and I really wanted it to be that one. I just wanted him to hear. I just wanted to hear John Barenthal say the line "Battle Van, do this." So badly do I want that. I know they probably won't, but I really do.
Didn't he have what was his partner's name? Glitch?
Gizmo? A Microchip.
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 I don't know why I thought it started with a G. Yeah, Microchip. Was Microchip in the 90s series as well?
Yeah, he was his guy in the chair, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I would love to see a Microchip back.
Oh man,
they can't get the Microchip from the Netflix show though, because he's busy being Ben Grimm.
Yeah, I forgot that was what's that actor's name?
Evan Moss
yeah, I forgot he was in that show at all.
Yeah, I completely forgot too.
Whoa.
Till like season 4 of The Bear, and somebody posted a picture. I'm like, oh shit, what?
I mean, they kind of like soft rebooted some of the Netflix stuff, so it happened, but it kind of didn't happen.
Yeah,
maybe you can speak more to it. I haven't really.
I'm behind on all the Daredevil stuff and Netflix reboot stuff, so I could not tell you. I just know a lot of the original casts have returned. They haven't really recast anybody, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
So there's that. I think that is about it for cinematic news. In comic book news, the DC Pride event has been announced, and there is a 4-issue mini happening weekly across June, if I remember correctly. I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but it is about Dreamer and what's her name?
Galaxy.
That's it. Yeah, and it's like part 3 in a pseudo trilogy, starting in Justice League Intergalactic or whatever that mini is called, and then a YA book about Galaxy from Jadzia Axelrod, and then Nicole Maines and Jadzia Axelrod will be collabing on the writing for this 4-issue mini featuring Galaxy and Dreamer, happening in the month of June for DC Pride. So there's that to look forward to. It actually looks really cool, and the fact that it's spinning out of a Justice League side story, that might actually be really interesting. We still know nothing about the book yet, but we'll have to see what happens. Jeff Loeb has gone on record saying that after Batman 163 finally drops on May 27th, some, 3, 4, 5 months after 162, there's still 6 more issues left of Hush 2, which will release throughout into 2027. And that will be the end of Hush 2 for the 12-issue run.
And then that thunderous applause from no one.
That the 12th issue of Hush 2, which I think would be 169 at that point, will then tie into the beginning of the new Batman run written by Matt Fraction, some almost 30 issues after it began.
Yeah, like basically 2 years. Actually, not
Just
even basically.
Fucking dumb.
hilarious,
Yeah.
and not in a good way. Oh my god! Yeah,
I have one that I really want to kick off.
Go
An
for it.
announcement. I'll try and keep it brief, but I saw this Wednesday or Thursday, and it put a smile on my face because DC continues to go all in on Superman, and it just like warms my heart. But as you know, we're going into another super film this summer, Supergirl, coming out in July, I think. Can't remember the exact date.
I believe it is.
So
Yeah.
naturally, or is it?
I believe it's July. Yeah,
Yeah,
if
something
not
like that.
June.
But yeah, anyway, we're going into another super summer, except this time it's the summer of Supergirl. And not only that, we have a new slew of Elseworlds Superman related titles,
Yeah.
which is like feels like a rarity. And they're actually pretty cool concepts, which is even better. So to kick things off, we have our Summer of Supergirl special, which will feature a few different stories, one from Sophie Campbell and Belen Ortega, one from Mark Waid and Kyan Tormey, and I guess rounding things out, one from Gail Simone and Emma Kubert, which I don't think I've ever seen Gail Simone do any kind of Supergirl story. So that should be pretty interesting. But in addition to that, they're going to be doing the whole Summer of Superman treatment, putting out a few facsimiles of some key appearances, as well as a work in progress Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow #1. So for my art nerds, that should be exciting for you. In addition to that, we have 2 new Elseworlds books featuring Superman and Superman-related characters. The first tying in with the Summer of Supergirl is Supergirl Survive, written by, and this one actually kind of made me smile too, Ethan S. Parker and Griffin Sheridan, who any of my KLC fans might recognize as the Supple Boys from many years ago. They write comics now, and they're actually pretty good at it. With art from Rod Reyes, who's also incredible, and is like the inheritor to Bill Sienkiewicz. Not to spit a bunch of names there. And next up, we have Superman, Father of Tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry, I should give the synopsis for Supergirl Survive. Basically, the concept is Krypton is falling apart. And in this kind of inversion of the mythos, we see a teenage Supergirl taking care of the baby Cal. So it's kind of an inverse of the Superman caring for Supergirl. Now it's Supergirl caring for Superman. It's a baby. So wonderful concept. Looking forward to where that goes.
Makes you wonder why it's never been done in the 80 years.
I think there was a one of those old Superman. I for the life of me can't remember the name of it, but when they would do kind of those what ifs that were not what ifs, like in the main Superman title, they do like imagine a world where, and I think there's one of those, but it hasn't been given like the prestige treatment. You know what I mean?
Right.
Really let to breathe. It's like, here's a 15-page story. What if Supergirl landed on Earth or was discovered on Earth before Cal? Something like that. But this is a little bit different because it seems like she's not even really Supergirl. It's just Kara Zor-El. But kind of being the main caretaker for Cal, which is interesting. And keeping on that train, we ask ourselves to arrive on Earth rather than Clark with Superman, Father of Tomorrow, written by Kenny Porter with art by Danny Earls, and basically just seeing what a Jor-El Superman would look like. His costume reminds me a lot of Val Zod, I think is his name. From
I can see that, yeah, from Earth 2.
The white and black, or
it was like blue and silver, kind of blue, silver, and red.
Yeah. Who am I thinking of? Someone had that white and black costume. Oh no, I'm thinking of Zod from, oh my god, if you guys ever watched that Justice League Gods and Monsters movie.
Oh
Zod
yeah,
was Superman and Becca was Wonder Woman and Kirk Langstrom was Batman.
yeah.
Interesting take. Anyway, Sue kind of reminds me of that, but yeah, those are two of our super themed Elseworlds book, and then not as a sort of follow up to all the super stuff, but it is kind of tied in. We're also getting Dark Knights of Steel Volume 2, but without Yasmin Putri on art this time. Otto Schmidt taking her place, but basically just going to be a sequel to Dark Knights of Steel. So that should be fun.
I like Otto Schmidt. He's no Yasmin Putri, but
yeah, a little bit of a loss, but
could still be good.
I guess he's got to do something after DC versus Vampires.
Yeah.
And then, the next one, very brief, but for my collection nerds, which I imagine is a lot of people, this should be very exciting news because for years, and I'm talking like since before I was born, probably, maybe a little after that, but for years, these books have been notoriously difficult to find. And if you can find them, you're going to pay an arm and a leg. We're talking like $30-$40 per issue. But they've finally done it. They've buried the hatchet, and the two biggest competitors in superhero comics have finally agreed to republish JLA Avengers in the summer 2026, which means all of those original copies are probably going to devalue in price. So get excited because you're about to buy them for cheap. So everyone wins in this scenario. It's like, you want to buy the new ones, you can buy the new ones. If you want to buy the old ones, those are about to become a lot more affordable because I imagine the market's going to be fucking flooded with these. Oh, yeah. They're going to get a ton of prints.
And DC and Marvel are going to make a lot of money.
Oh, yeah. So people have been clamoring for this for years. They threw us a bone when they did the George Perez tribute, which like only 5,000 people were able to get a copy. Not to brag, I got one. But now it's going to be a lot more accessible. So I'm just excited that you'll be able to get the single issues, which is like,
feels just like something I'll be picking up because I never read it.
Yeah. Oh my God. It is. You're going to have fun. Honestly, maybe, I don't know if they're going to put it all out as one. It seems like they're going to give it the monthly treatment.
I think it's being released weekly across June or July as well. With, if I remember right, DC are publishing issues 1 and 3, and Marvel's doing issues 2 and 4.
Yeah, it says Marvel will publish issues 1 in May and 3 in July, and then DC number 2 in June and 4. So yeah, it'll be monthly, but just from different publishers.
Everything I said was wrong.
But I was gonna say, do yourself a favor and read it monthly. That'll be. I might do it too. Fuck it. Honestly, seems like it'd be kind of a fun time. But for anyone who has not read it, it's a time and a half, and it's great. It's very dense, which is kind of the case with Kurt Busiek, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I think you get to hear Superman say Avengers Assemble at one point. I got to go back to that 4th issue. There's like a big double page spread, but it's really fun. There's
he's holding
Thor's
hammer.
Yeah, but I don't want to spoil this whole 23-year-old series. But there's a point
man. I don't know if people's had enough time to catch up.
Yeah, I know. Well, considering how hard it is to read, they might not have. But
the image you're talking about has been spread across the internet many times.
Man. Well, not just that. I was talking more of the issue as a whole, where they do kind of these really fun time shenanigans. So it's like, 1 minute Superman is there, and then it's electric blue Superman, and then it's mullet Superman, and like they're just kind of blinking in and out as they're fighting. And it's really fun. Hal Jordan shows up. This is like, you got to put it in context. This is before Rebirth happened. So Hal is still dead. Barry is still dead. They show up for a little bit, and they see what happens to them, and they're like, damn, I don't know if I want to go back. Like, this is kind of brutal. So there's a lot of fun stuff
this
like that.
Sucks.
Yeah, that's something I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah. So
Plus, we have Spider-Man, Superman, and Superman Spider-Man coming out next week and in
yes.
April.
Yep.
Superman, Spider-Man next week.
They have also released some preview pages for that, and it just looks phenomenal. It almost makes me forget what Mark Waid was like when he was writing Spider-Man, which was, you know, yeah. But you know what? I'm gonna chalk that up as a byproduct of the era, even though I was not a huge fan of his voice for Peter. I'm just gonna say, you know what? That's what the mandate was for Brand New Day. It's not really what a Spider-Man is like. I know that's cope, but I have to have faith.
It's good cope. Don't worry. Last thing I want to bring up is con season is in full swing. I have Toronto Comic Con tomorrow. I was gonna say you guys, but I know Brandon's going to C2E2 next weekend.
I'm going alone.
But
he says mad at me like it's my fault. I $7,000 less than I do.
Hey, I offered, man. And I was like, look, whatever I got to do to get your ass out here, I will do it.
I mean, I understand and I appreciate that, but I can't do that when I don't have a dining room table
yet.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It's all good. I will be bullying you into coming to Fan Expo Chicago in the summer, but for now, I'll go to C2E2 alone. No friends.
Oh, hey. Fan Expo, I think Holly would be down to do that too, man. And we don't have the kids in the summer, so I feel like if like Holly could probably tag along and fuck yeah, she'll be a dude there.
I have heard nothing but great things about Chicago in the summertime, so I'm really excited.
I love Chicago.
Just to see what that's going to be like, and I think it's a different venue because this one is like the McCormick Center or something. So I got to check it out, but there's a lot to be excited about.
Chicago
yeah. I'm not gonna lie though, really like, just from an aesthetic point of view, like I loved going to New York Comic Con, and I hope I can swing it again this year. We'll see if time permits, but man, the McCormick Center is so much nicer than Javits. Like by comparison, I'm like, this is like a resort. Javits is like, I don't know, warehouse or something.
He's been in Chicago 2 weeks. He's already talking shit about New York. Oh,
man.
I know.
Man, fuck that place.
I'm just like, man, yeah, this birds, dude.
Yeah, shout out to these two. They both spent the last month and a half moving across the fucking country.
Yeah. Fun times. Same state.
No.
Smart.
No. Don't want to do this again for a while. I hate moving.
No. It's the best thing about a 30-year
anyone
mortgage.
Like moving?
I moved across the city one time and I hated it. I can't imagine moving across like 5 states.
Yeah, it is 2 weeks. 3 weeks. I never want to have to repeat again. And it's just like there's always some drama. Shit gets delayed.
But it's not really the first time you've done it because you grew up in California, right?
Yeah. Well, so fun fact, all of my stuff from California is now here. Like,
you got everything.
My family decided they're just like, we don't want to hold it anymore. So you're going to take it. So
everything
got shipped out, which is great. So for the first time in my life, all your shit is
together in one spot.
All my stuff is in one place.
I'm going to need
another reason why I want to get you out here.
You're talking about making some fucking content. I need a video of seeing all of your shit out, man. Like
let's get some MTV Cribs up in this bitch.
Yeah, we can do that after we're off the air. I can show it off. My place is kind of a dump, but you can kind of see in the background. I got one of my shelves poking out.
Right.
There's about 4 of them, and it's like it's everything.
Right.
Like at this, it's truly everything. These are all the trades and singles that I own and have ever owned.
That's epic, dude. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to get you out here, man. You can see it. We can get a pizza, and you can read from my collection.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be no talking that evening. Just deep dish pizza and comics.
And oh my god! And
the first thing I'm doing when I get to Chicago is Brandon has never.
I got this freaking short box filled with stuff that I'm like, I'm not gonna read these anymore, and I probably won't be able to sell them. So please take them from me. Take them off my hands.
That's the plan, man. Looking forward to August. Rob's asked to get down there in August too.
Yes, I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can
If you
do.
can, yeah. Obviously,
Like I can plan a
like,
lot
dude,
better for next March for C2E2.
yeah.
But I'll see what I can do for August. I looked at the
Yeah,
dates,
and
and like the
we've
week
kind of-
after that is Toronto Fan Expo, and that's become like a family tradition. So that's why it's a little on the fence for me.
Yeah. Well, I will also say, I know we kind of talked about it a while ago, but given the state of the country, if there are legitimate reasons why you don't want to come, I completely
I'm
respect
also
that.
like,
If I was in your position, I would be kind of wary.
yeah,
of
with
it
the whole
too.
thing with ice and travel.
Don't worry, Rob. If anybody shoots at you, I'll shoot back at him.
But am I gonna live this whole situation? Like,
it's not
the
worth
operative
it.
term
So
there was shoots at me.
If
No.
someone
That's why I was like,
if someone yells duck, do you duck?
Depends on the severity of the shout.
Then well, it'll be in the US. Then yeah, you're gonna be fine.
Because I grew up in rural, not rural. I grew up in a city in Canada. When somebody yells duck, I'm looking for a bird.
Well, no, don't do that.
Like that's
the opposite of
typically what
ducking.
happens. I grew up in a Toronto suburb. Like we don't have situations where gun violence is a major concern.
yeah, or you're gonna get thrown in some
That's
detention.
right. All right, so you know what? You can show up a day beforehand, and we'll run you through some drills.
Okay. My whole concern is getting out of the fucking airport.
I promise you, it's not
saying,
that bad.
"The fuck are you doing here?"
Yeah. Conversely,
Rob,
again, I will put this out there.
no
I will
doubt.
come to Canada. Like, I honestly kind of would want to. I don't want to be here.
It's so cool.
I was trying to get you to come when you were like a few hours drive, and now you're even further.
I know.
You're like a short bus ride, not short. It was like a few hours bus ride, but still.
Yeah, but now you get the opportunity to drive from Chicago to Detroit and then across a new bridge.
Well, there
if
you go.
It's actually operating, because I know already there's been reports of people having issues.
Well, there's the old bridge too.
Yeah,
the tunnel. There's the tunnel.
That actually might be the easiest way. Crossing into Windsor isn't so bad, and then it's like the Highway 401 all the way up.
Yeah, and 401's a nice highway.
It is until you get to like the GTA. Then it becomes a shit show, and then you kind of just close your eyes and hope for the best.
It's literally the only place though. Like you could fall asleep so easy driving on the 401. I don't know how there's not more accidents. It's just very peaceful.
Oh yeah. Actually, I can agree. It is. I've driven home and to my sister's many times on the 401 at about 2-hour drive, and it is kind of nice. Until you hit the major city, then it sucks.
You got to wake up and pay attention.
Yeah, kind of grip the wheel, head up. Yeah,
maybe not with that kind of anxiety.
Oh no, there's a lot of
maybe we've got different,
we
got different driving styles.
Yeah,
that's all right.
And also just what? Sorry, I was not completely done with the convention shout outs. I'm doing a full fucking cosplay of Alan Scott and Brandon.
Yeah,
is your Jay Garrett cosplay up to snuff yet?
No, because today was the day I was supposed to be working on it, so I'll have to do that at some point. I got to spray paint the helmet and get the wingtips all lined up. But
do you have boots? Because I can point you to a really good boot style that I bought for Alan Scott.
I'm still thinking about that because he has, like, if you look at the original design, he has like almost these Santa boots where they have cuffs around the ankle.
Yeah, so I would think for Jay Garrett, but see, Santa boots are like furry, so go with like pirate boots.
That's probably what I was thinking. I just need to make sure that they're the right color.
Yeah, that's the thing,
because I needed to match the red. So I'm still workshopping that one. But the most important thing right now is the helmet.
Yeah.
The shirt is super easy.
Oh yeah, the shirt is probably the easiest thing to do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got my boots yesterday, and I gotta finish painting the yellow onto them, and then I should be good to go.
Yeah. Man, I'm jealous I can't be there with you. just to see it in
Next
person.
year,
You look awesome.
next year, Alan
Yeah.
and Jay and Josh.
And you know the funny thing
Wildcat?
too.
Yo,
Hey,
I'm down.
I think you should, man.
Yeah.
I'm down. If I could, I'd do Dr. Fate. But Wildcat, that's probably easier on me.
Mm.
Yeah, Dr. Fate is a little bit more involved.
Yeah.
A lot more
Yeah.
detailed.
Well, I mean, I would say the helmet's probably the hardest
Yeah.
part. Everything else is cloth you can kind of put together.
Yeah.
The Wildcat's like a hell of a lot easier though, because it's really just like a black bodysuit, some tape around the hands. The hardest part is the helmet, mask, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And paper
It
mache.
It also
that.
depends on what
Definitely
design
be
you
one of
want
them.
for Dr. Fate too, because like you look at the original one, it's pretty simple, or at least
Yeah,
the
it's mostly
costume
just
is
blue.
pretty simple.
Yeah. Like a
Blue and
xenomorph.
gold.
So
There's a couple
suit.
like circles somewhere, but it's not overly complex.
I'm surprised you're not doing. I thought you would have gone for like an hour man.
I mean,
Hour
I've
Man
got some options. Our Man might work too.
Yeah.
Actually, I
Yeah.
kind of like that idea.
Yeah. You get some JSA going.
I just wanted to say, Rob, I don't know if you felt this way. I definitely felt this way looking at the pictures you sent, but people will often say how silly certain costumes look. And I like when I'm looking at the cosplay, especially yours, the first thing that comes to mind is like just how well designed these costumes are, because you look awesome.
Oh, thank you.
I'm like, what's hokey about that? You look great. The first one you sent, even without the cape, I was like, dude, you look like you stepped off the page.
Oh shit. I mean, I'm not thrilled with how big the symbol is on the shirt from how just the seller it came from. It's like massive. Because I was expecting just like a small chest thing, but this it's almost my entire fucking torso. But yeah, I'm actually like looking at it all put together. It actually doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like, the costume looks great. You look great in the
Much
costume.
appreciated.
I would be shocked if people were not like, oh my God, your Alan looks so great. And it's not a costume you see all that often. So you're going to be the belle of the ball. I know it.
I hope so. Yeah, Alan Scott isn't. I don't think I've ever seen one in person in Toronto. So I'm excited to do it. I can't wait to see your Jake Garrett cosplay all done, fully done.
Oh man. No, it'll be fun. I haven't done this one since high school, and that was a much more sloppy operation. So this will be great. I was working with what I had at the time.
All right, I think that is about it for announcements.
Maybe I should be Hippolyta.
I fucking dare you. Wait,
Harry
Josh,
Hawkman.
how tall are you?
Oh, I'm well, if I'm not slouching, like 5'10" and 3/4, 5'11", somewhere.
Oh, okay,
there.
we're about the same. I was gonna say if you're
really?
like close to 5 foot, you could be the Atom.
Yeah, no, I'm not close to 5 feet. Do I got
For some reason, I imagined you taller. I don't know why. I thought you'd be more like
6'4"?
6'1".
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what my doctor told me when I was a kid too. Kept telling my coach, he goes, "You're gonna be a big guy, like 6'4".
Damn.
Oh man.
Hey, Brandon, how tall are you?
Didn't take into consideration.
That's why I'm scared.
I'm
I would be taller than you when we actually meet face to face.
You're taller than me.
Because I'm 6'2". Yeah.
Why is that a problem?
Wait, you're how tall?
No.
He's 6'2".
Oh shit!
Like, how tall are you?
I'm
Actually,
5'11", 6 foot on a good day.
Okay. Nice. On a good day. Yeah, no, 6'2", more like 6'1" when I'm usually slouching.
I am 170 centimeters.
I don't know what that means, but
It means 5'11", 3/4.
Yeah.
I don't speak in meters.
Speak American.
Exactly.
Speak American. I missed you guys.
I don't speak that crap, okay? It's only freedom units here.
Freedom units.
Whatever you say,
That's
born on
right.
July 1st, honorary Canadian.
Yeah, well, that's just my friends are trying to have me born on the 4th of July, but sometimes things just come a little early.
I think
Yep.
it was fate.
It's out of control.
think it was Dr. Fate.
Oh man, I know, how cruel is that? I'm 3 days away from being a July 4th baby. I really should be a Canadian.
You really should. Josh has spent time in Canada. You're the only one here that's never. And you're like the true Canadian.
I gotta just make it happen. What's like the best time to come out to Toronto?
There is no best time, but maybe mid to late August is when things start to quiet down a bit, but stuff is still happening.
Okay. Like if I were to come for a weekend or something.
Yeah, come to mid to late August, because then you have Fan Expo Toronto on, you have the X is on, there's Wonderland is still going, the nightlife is still happening, restaurants, patios are open, and it's not like super fucking hot. It's warm enough that you can go out in a t-shirt, but not so cold that you're gonna shiver. All right,
that's good.
Or at least that's how it is for Canadians. I don't know if somebody that's lived southern states will feel that way. You might find it chilly. Once the sun goes down and the wind gets blowing, you might need a jacket.
Yeah, if it's like a strong wind, then that might be.
Yeah, it wouldn't be strong, but the temperature does drop.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. All right. That is catch up.
Whew.
All right, so then I guess it's time to get into the books.
Yeah, now to catch up on books.
At last.
All right, so that's everything.
Ready?
We got 2 weeks worth of books left to go.
16.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
16.
I think that's the most we've ever done.
And go. Rob is going to bring us the very first one, DCKO number 5. Take it away, Rob.
The end of an era, the beginning of a new one. Even though this is a major issue, and typically we'd keep it at the end, we figured this is leading into most of the things that we will be talking about today. So this will open the show, DCKO number 5, written by Scott Snyder with an interlude from Joshua Williamson, art from Javi Fernandez, art in the interlude from Zermanico, colors from Wes Craig in the interlude, and... Oh, wait. No, there's an interlude and a coda. Wes Craig on the coda, Zermanico on the interlude, Joshua Williamson doing the interlude and the coda. My mistake. Alejandro Sanchez on colors, with Hassan Asmani Alahau on the letters. And the cover is missing. Javi Fernandez and Alejandro Sanchez. There we go. So, the last issue ended. Lex Luthor is the last person standing. He is the King Omega, and now he has to fight Darkseid to claim his crown. This fight is not going well for Darkseid, for Lex Luthor. But then we jump on over to Superman, who is being visited by Time Trapper, aka Doomsday, fresh off the heels of Superman number 31, whichever issue that was. Before this, when he left Lois Lane and Superboy Prime behind on the Watchtower. So he has gone to see Superman and had a brief discussion with him about, their history and their back and forth and the information he has been given by Superman's mother, of all people, that even though he has been a force of destruction, he is the alpha to Darkseid's Omega, and he has also been tasked with bringing life at least once. So he is using the power cosmic that he has to bring Superman back to life and reinsert him into the tournaments. And as Lex Luthor is maybe getting a bit of an overhand on Darkseid, in comes Superman, who defeats Lex Luthor, destroys him, and Superman, complete with the powers invested in him by Time Trapper, is now crowned King Omega. And now he needs to fight Darkseid. And with the Omega energy he's already vested into his own body, he's become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. He and Darkseid go toe-to-toe in a brutal battle across the timelines and across the universe, the fighting in multiple places at once, across time, space, and everything in between, to the point that Superman goes damn near cosmic to a point that he almost looks like a new god. Um, and in the end, doesn't defeat Darkseid. Darkseid still is too powerful for him. So what does Superman do? He frees all of his teammates. Every competitor in the tournament gets brought back to life, and together they take down Darkseid, and thus ends the KO tournament once and for all. Superman, with the power that he has in his possession, instead of coming back to life, instead brings life to the universe, and instead of reshaping it in his own image, because he is not the true only winner, he instead just brings it back to how it was, brings the earth away from being apocalypse and puts it back to a normal earth, brings everybody back to life, and everything is good and safe. Darkseid is left floating through space, and Superman just says, I'm going away for a while. I'll be back one day, but for now, I need to be away and do some stuff. I have something I have to do. Um, and that is where that basically ends. We then get a glimpse of what the future holds with all the we know DC all in titles, new number ones are coming. We see some glimpses of what those are coming with, and some new designs and directions for various characters like Flash, Green Lantern, and Aquaman. And then we get a brief epilogue, as well as the coda, which has some hints towards the future. The epilogue just features a one-page story of Lois, Clark, and Lois, Bruce, and Diana playing the board game that they've been playing throughout this series. And then in the coda at the end, excuse me, we see some glimpses of what is potentially going to come. Cyborg has some other programming inside him. The Heart of Cyborg protocol. LexCorp is back, or Lex Luthor is back in charge of LexCorp, and he's trying to put the idea that he was a grand hero into people's minds. Mr. Terrific is still investigating Alpha and Omega energy. Booster Gold is determined to find Superman. Metropolis has Superboy Prime in place to be Superman for the potential future. The Omega Legion, specifically Lightning Lad, Cosmic Boy, and Saturn Girl, are still alive. They're in the far future and are worried that Darkseid might find them, and if not them, not him, then someone else will. And then finally, elsewhere, we see from the brief 4-issue Batman DCKO tie-in, I forget what it was, Night Fight, the I think it was the Damian Wayne Batman and his son Alfred are still alive, and they're receiving signals from the device, the father box, mother box, whatever it was that Bruce left behind, is pinging them. They're receiving signals from other places, other futures, other Batmen. And then finally, in Central City, Barry Allen has just come from his comic shop where he loves Wednesdays. He's got a fat stack of books to read. We all know how that goes. And then he looks at the book he's been writing, The History of the DC Universe, aka The History of Barry Allen, where he finds a whole new chapter called Book Zero that he did not write. And all that is written within it says, "You forgot my real story. You left me behind. I did the right thing, and all of you took my world from me." And then his laptop begins crackling with dark energy, bursts into flame, and Barry is left trying to figure out questions to answers he can't, or trying to figure out answers to questions he has that will not be answered. And then we find even more dark shit happening in the future. Darkseid is looking across the multiverse, the infinite multiverse, because as Earth Zero, or Earth Prime, whatever this current Earth is called, was having its own DCKO tournament, the same thing was happening across the multiverse. Many Earths were having their own DCKO tournament, unbeknownst to the heroes that we've been reading about the last 5 issues, as Darkseid finishes off saying there will be a crisis of absolute proportions as we see Earths across the multiverse have the Omega symbol plastered across them. Who the fuck knows where that's going? as a big ending. The coda was huge, in my opinion. It leaves us a lot of hints, teases, and questions for the future that actually gets me quite excited. What the crisis of absolute proportions could be. Absolute crisis, probably. Who the fuck? No, wait, did we already have an absolute crisis?
Surprisingly,
Okay,
no.
so absolute
but I'm
crisis
sure
will
it's not.
probably be next.
Is the implication there that each world in the, I guess, infinite multiverse now has its own king or queen Omega?
Maybe, or just that Darkseid controls them, that they're all imbued with
Because that
Omega
wouldn't
energy.
really track with what they set up in the first
Yeah.
issue, which is
I
Right.
don't think it's
Or the
necessarily
fact
that
that
they'll each have their
champions from other
final.
tournaments came into this one.
Yeah. It's I don't want to say it's that. I think it's more so that Darkseid's energy is kind of controlling these other worlds, and that the heroes of Earth Prime were able to fight against it directly because they have a closer connection to, or closer understanding of Darkseid and his abilities, and then these other worlds might not have that, so he was able to have a greater influence on them. If I'm just spitballing here, I think Absolute Crisis is probably going to be these other worlds that Darkseid now controls, trying to take on these last two worlds that are fighting his influence, which is Earth Prime and the Absolute World. And it's probably going to be the heroes of Earth Prime and the Absolute Comics coming together to fight against the Omega worlds, I guess you'd call it. Which I think is insane, but we'll have to see. They have 2 years to do it, because 2 years after that is Secret Crisis.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I want to say you're totally nuts crazy, but I don't know.
At this point in the game.
Yeah, anything can happen, really.
DC and
It
Marvel
would be
working
funny.
together again. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah. And now that Jeff Johns is doing one of these backup stories in the crossover, kind of like, I don't know, maybe anything can happen in this crazy world.
Yep. Speaking of crazy world, this major fight with Superman and Darkseid at the end was actually pretty fucking crazy. It was a fun read for me as I sat in the back of my Uber on the way to work one morning. But the real draw for me was the epilogue with Barry Allen, is what that was about, who that was that wrote that chapter, who it was that was speaking, what that was completely, because that is the biggest question for me. Is they forgot about me, they erased my history, something like that. That could be dozens of different characters. Who the fuck could that be, and why would they be interested in Barry Allen's book? So this whole history of the DC universe that Mark Waid been writing over the past year or so clearly has a major plot point for the future DC universe, which I really like that they're doing that. It's not just here's a brief history of the DC universe for new readers. This is actually going to have major ramifications for the line as a whole. I like that aspect. And the art throughout this issue, I think, was fantastic. There was a couple of bits at the end I wasn't in love with during the teases for the future in the epilogue. Apart from that, though, really like this issue. I like how it ended. I thought Time Trapper would have a bigger role to play, apart from just powering up Superman. But I'm not against what happened for the time being. For that, though, I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10.
Wow, jeez, very high.
Oh boy.
No, I mean, it was it was about what I expected. I think I was into it up until Superman becomes King Omega, and they have their fight, and then it pretty much just doesn't even really resolve. Like, I guess Darkseid was knocked out, and I don't even really know what happened. Like, was he just dissolved back into Earth Omega, or?
I mean, clearly nothing happened to him.
Yeah, I'm confused. Like, what was the whole point? What did the King Omega power up even do? Aside from helping him just kind of fix the world and fight Darkseid for a minute. So I don't know. I'm just like, I guess I was expecting something a little bit more defined, and this just kind of wasn't that. I still had a fun time throughout the event, and a lot of the fights were really fun, but this was kind of a not disappointing send off or final chapter, but just kind of a weaker chapter. And I wish it had ended a little bit stronger. But there are some mysteries that I think could be pretty interesting. You kind of already pointed them out. I'm ambivalent towards a Crisis of Absolute Proportions because that sounds like a parody title that Don Simpson would have come up with or something. So I'm just like, okay, I guess we're doing this. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some interesting mysteries that are set up. The new history one that you already mentioned, and I like some of the new status quos for the characters going into some of these next level books. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, maybe not the best ending in my opinion. So I gave this one a 7.5 out of 10.
Fair enough.
Well, I'll take that a step further. We got the Heart of Cyborg Protocol, which sounds like something they just came up with. Superboy Prime is patrolling Metropolis, which, you know, great. Glad he's hanging around because there's just so few super characters in Metropolis right now. The Omega Legion is hiding out somewhere in the future, from both Darkseid and from current heroes, but that they should also know that, like, in the far future is where the Legion patrols. So
we don't know what
something
period of the future they're in.
Yeah, well, far future usually. But in any case, and then we got something Flashpoint Batman.
Flashpoint Batman. Did I miss something?
Or whoever that was.
That was Damian Batman from DCKO Night.
Oh yeah.
Oh right. Well, Damian Batman from DCKO Night Fight. Something. Another thing that I'm just not interested in. And then the Flash thing doesn't feel like it's even been thought out yet. Not to mention the whole thing. This issue felt like Scott Snyder writing what Joshua Williamson told him to write. This was just a massive failure. There were really, really good pieces of artwork, and then, even by the same artist, there were really bad pieces of artwork, and the whole event ends up being pointless. Stay tuned for Absolute Crisis, where Williamson and apparently Snyder will probably do the same goddamn dumbass thing again. It's the Absolute Crisis of Williamson. And 5 out of 10. I just did not enjoy this at all. Everything felt like the conclusion of every generic arc I've ever read.
I kind of agree with you on that, but yeah, I don't know. I think our criticism is definitely a little different.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think also just in general, I'm tired of events that lead into other events. Like, can we
ultimately don't do anything?
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I need like a term for them or something. They're like segue stories. Like they have a beginning and an end, but they don't really have an end. They have an end that sets up the next thing. And I'm not talking a tease for the future. I mean, like, it literally doesn't have a conclusive end because they're building towards the next thing.
Yeah, it's beginning.
You know what I mean?
It's beginning, middle, and to be continued. Beginning, middle, and
yeah,
to be
essentially,
continued.
yeah. But the to be continued is the final issue. So it's like you finish the issue with the expectation that, okay, this is it, like we're done, but it's not really. So if you were to like basically say, hey, I want you to read this whole saga, fuck, you'd have to go back to like, I don't even know, maybe like Dark Crisis or something. I mean, how long has this Dark Side stuff been going on? It's been a few years at this point.
Oh no.
So I don't know.
Dark Crisis? No, even that. I think it was even before that. I want to say even like
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, we're talking massive whole big picture. Dark
The
Side
button.
Justice League in like 2014.
Yeah. Like, when is the end? You know, when is an end an end? That sounds like a Riddler riddle,
Yeah.
but I'm genuinely asking because I don't know anymore.
God damn it.
I mean, okay, it was realistically, if we're talking like just what's happening with DC KO's Dark Side and DC KO's, maybe that all in special.
Yeah.
Because anything that happened to Dark Side before that's not really relevant.
Hmm.
You got the Omega
suppose
planet
that's
and
fair.
everything from Dark Crisis.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you're talking about the absolute worlds and whatnot, sure, but like,
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we're being generous, this is kind of the payoff of the ending of Death Metal with the latent Earth Omega or whatever they
Yeah.
were calling it, the other world at that point, I think. So I guess it kind of starts with that, but yeah, if you really want to trace it back to like when
The
Darkseid disappeared and
Yeah.
the Elseworld. You want to trace it back to when Darkseid first appeared, yes, it would be that DC All In special. But I'm just like, can we?
I'm gonna
like,
I'm gonna
when you
let
okay,
my
what I
affinity
mean
for
by this
Death
is like,
Metal end at the end of Death Metal and not with whatever the fuck this was supposed to be.
what I'm trying to say is like, okay, to give a more tangible example, right? Like, I don't know if you're reading Crisis on Infinite Earths or Secret Wars, Marvel's Secret War, or whatever the originally was called. You read those 12 issues and then it's done.
Yeah.
That's the end. There's nothing else. Like, it sets up a new status quo, but that's it. I can't believe I'm going to give credit to Bendis, but like I don't know if you were reading Siege,
Yeah.
right, which is not a very good event
It's
in my
not.
opinion, or Secret Invasion. That's the end.
Yeah.
You know, like, okay, we're done.
I mean,
It's not
I
issue
would
5.
would
See you in the
argue
next
that
minute.
Secret Invasion led into Siege in a
Okay,
way.
yeah, maybe that's yeah,
but you're right with
that's-
Siege. You're right with Siege.
Yeah, I'm like, we're
Yeah.
done. When are we done?
You're not
Can we
done.
please be done.
You're not, and you're never gonna be, because they're writing this shit like
That's
TV
like-
shows, like a weekly TV show where everything has to be ended on a cliffhanger. It's the same fucking premise. They're like, there's no way they're coming back unless we give them a reason to. Just give us consistently good writing. We don't need to be baited.
Well,
I'm already
I don't mean so much that it's more like I don't know, like if you were on the series finale of a show, you know, and it's like, okay, this is the last season, and then it was like, actually wait, no, we're doing a spin-off, and it just never ends. I don't know. I don't really want to go on this long tangent. I'm just like, that was kind of another gripe I had with it, where I'm just like, another one.
and another one.
Can't we just be done with this, please?
DJ
You know?
Khaled.
So, yeah. And it loses its weight because it's like you build up this whole mythology of the King Omega being the only one who can stop Darkseid, and he didn't even really do that. So what was the point? Like, why did you say that? Why did you lie to me? So yeah. Anyway, I'm done.
Oh no, you're not, because you're about to take us to Action Comics 1096.
Well, yeah, not done with the show. Done talking about this one. But yes, on to our next book. That is Action Comics number 1096, which, hey, great timing, because we are now in a new age, kind of, where we're now past the DCKO stuff, and we have a few different stories, as Rob mentioned, that are being set up. And the first is the sort of search for Superman stuff. Although we're, I guess, doing this Reign of the Superboys thing where we'll have various different Superman characters inhabiting the titles, while Clark is missing. Well, Superman is missing. So first up is Action Comics 1096, as I mentioned, written by Mark Waid, with art by Skylar Patridge, colors by Ivan Placencia, and letters by Steve Wands. In this issue, time is going crazy, and Superboy is not sure why. After saving Lana Lang's father from a lightning strike, he notices that the lightning struck after the explosion, which doesn't make sense. Like, time doesn't work like that. But kind of chalks that up to weird, strange time stuff, and is also a bit more preoccupied with something that Lana's father mentions at the end of things that are coming soon. So very ominous that. But Clark, Lana, and Pete go on a day trip to Metropolis to visit the Expo of Tomorrow. Of course, Clark has already been at this point like 3 times. But still wants to go with them and have a good time. And that's when he notices, or rather Clark notices, more strange time disruptions, things that are happening out of sequence. And during one of these moments, a crate falls, and as Clark uses his super breath to kind of blow things away and is really thinking about whether or not this is his own doing as a new superpower, his suit appears in the midst of one of these time glitches, causing him to just have to kind of flee and ultimately think of where the source of this problem might be coming from. So he's flying around Metropolis, trying to solve as many fires and emergencies as he can, hoping that will lead him towards the direction of all these strange time anomalies. But in the midst of all that, kind of gets, I guess, caught up in the urgency of everything and realizing that he can't be everywhere all at once, and so ultimately freezes and decides to just go back home to Smallville. Hey, Superboy gets scared too, but rather than just completely abandoning everything going on in Metropolis, he's like, okay, let me just zero in on one specific thing, which he does, and kind of helps him at least get his mind recentered. But the time anomalies are still happening, and even as he returns to the Expo of Tomorrow, has a brief vision of the future and sees the Fortress of Solitude for a brief moment. But he also hears a strange voice, a radio signal that's sort of calling for his name during that time. And as he's making his way towards it, the time anomalies are getting stronger. He's seeing and experiencing things out of sequence, sometimes even from very far into the future. And ultimately, as he makes contact with the radio device, some kind of boom tube effect or portal effect breaks through, and he's greeted by none other than Booster Gold, Mary Marvel, and Martian Manhunter. We're trying to bring him into the future. Superboy is, of course, confused and asking what the hell is going on. And that's when Booster says they're running away from someone, that person behind them, a strange robotic figure in a golden suit. And that's where our issue ends. Pretty exciting setup. So even if the finale of DCKO is a bit of a dud, in my opinion, I don't know. I'm on board with this. I love good time shenanigan stories, and it'll be interesting seeing the Superboy of the past interact with the characters of the future. So yeah, I'm excited. I don't know. It seems like a pretty compelling mystery. You get some fun character. Well, maybe not fun, just character moments with Clark, I guess, really getting a sense of what his life is going to be like in Metropolis as Superman. Really love that moment where he kind of freaks out and he's like, no, I got to recenter myself. And a really compelling hook to close it off. So I like this issue. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I've been loving this whole run of, going back into Superboy throughout Action Comics that Mark Waid's been writing. I think it's been a lot of fun diving into the past, and I think Glenn mentioned the last issue was maybe the best one he's read of the entire run. I'm even going to say that this one might be the best one. So the last one had some really deep stuff with Pete Ross, which just makes me question, where the fuck is Pete Ross today? Can we get him back too? That'd be cool.
Well, we saw him very briefly in the Summer of Superman special last year. I don't think he said anything, but he still had his kid, which was kind of funny. Because it's like, I don't know. It's one of those things where DC continuity is so jumbled, you don't even know what's going on. Because Pete still has his kid with Lana, but he's at Lana's wedding. That's really awkward.
That's
I agree. We should
a
see
shadow remnant of New 52.
we should definitely see more of Pete Ross in the present. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll run for president again.
Oh shit. Let's start with I don't know, agricultural president or something like this. He's still in Smallville. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing more modern day Pete Ross, but we have to get through the past first. So yeah, this stuff with Superboy is fantastic. Like you mentioned, him trying to hone his senses and overcome all the noises in Metropolis, and like you said, like really hammering home the level of focus that Superman had to overcome or kind of build towards as he moved to Metropolis as an adult. It really gave us a glimpse into how hard it is for Superboy to be Superboy, and I really appreciated this issue for that. And then having everybody's favorite time traveler, Booster Gold, or at least my favorite time traveler, Booster Gold, show up at the end, really sold this issue for me. And it's got me really curious what the hell's happening now with time travel. So it's going to be good, because I don't remember in the text boxes from Clark, like adult Clark, because he's telling these stories in his mind. Was that time travel portion, is that something he remembers, or is that something new that he doesn't remember? Like, was he talking during that whole thing, or no?
That's actually a good question. I think it sounded like he did remember it, or what was remembering that experience, because he says, like, if I had seen the full image at that time, like, I would have seen my future fortress of solitude. So I guess he remembers the time shenanigans, but the extent of it is unclear.
Fair enough. All right. Well, with that, still, I'm giving this issue a 9.5. It was honestly a lot of fun.
Damn.
I am muted. I am muted, and I am also once again on the opposite side of that score. Didn't get a lot out of it. Seeing Booster Gold and them show up at the end, that was kind of cool, I suppose. Gold Beetle's version of Carapax. I think that's what that was. I'm not sure. The story was interesting till it kind of went whammy. Art's been better. Altogether, unless he's been really good, I've never just been a fan of it. 6.25 out of 10. Damn. And now I need to drink water.
That's your punishment for not liking Superboy comics.
That's, every time that happens, like, karma's like, oh, yeah?
Yeah. Like, we've been clamoring for this for years. Finally, we get some reestablishment of Clark's time as Super. Of course, there had to be one hater. But you know what they say.
There's
Haters
always
are just
one.
fans on a bad day.
Hey. Speaking of bad days, we've got Poison Ivy number 42. Let me take one more second here. Man, I need to stock up on Mucinex. All right. Poison Ivy 42. Written by G. Willow Wilson, art drawn by Marcia Takara, and colored by Arif Prianto, with lettering by Hassan Atsmani Al-Hao, and a cover by Jessica Fong. Ivy is in the driver's seat, and I mean all the way. The city is fully and crazily behind her. She won the election with 70% of the vote and is currently sitting on a 92% approval rating. She starts the day out with knocking Vandal Savage down a peg and making sure it sticks, and then installing Great White Shark, Janet, and Peter Undine into major positions, keeping Juhi Prakash as interdepartmental liaison to the mayor's office, mostly because she's been there a while. She's clipped the wings of a bit of the GCPD and made it safe for the Knights of the Green Order to walk the streets again. Then, in her mayor's office, she gets a visit from There Can Be Only Xylon of the Fungi, and he's not happy about Ivy feeding Bog Venus to Janet. And she promises she'll figure something out that will prevent the Green from wanting to go to war. Since she represents both of them now, it's up to her to figure it out. Juhi, how do you say that name? Juhi?
Juhi.
That's okay. I was saying it right the first time. All right. Liaison extraordinaire apparently learned magic from a very powerful teacher that is currently trapped in a nightmare. Mine's blanking. Do either one of you guys know who she's talking about?
Not yet.
Okay.
No.
As Juhi leaves, Janet comes in and asks Ivy what's wrong because she knows she's been crying. It's been noted throughout the issue, in fact. Janet reminds her that she's got a 92% approval rating, but then follows that up by reminding her that it's because she's promised to give Gotham improved roads, bridges, increased availability and affordable housing, improved health conditions, and making Gotham completely carbon neutral all in 2 years. Ivy starts crying again, and Janet pushes. Then we see a washed out yet beautiful panel of Harley Quinn crying. She's crying because of how she hurt Harley, and because hurting Harley cost her Harley. 1 second. I'm gonna have to take some medicine after I get done here. I swear to all that is comics that if anyone else had broken up Ivy and Harley, I'd be fucking rioting right now. But we're 42 issues in, and we've seen her very little. I'm actually forgetting Harley finding out anything that would cause a breakup, but that's kind of beside the point. The care that has been given to this character, these characters, and the stories themselves has had me. I've got complete faith in Wilson, hands down. I'm not a fan of them breaking up, but this feels really well crafted, and I hope that it is. As far as the rest of the story goes, I'm really interested in seeing where Ivy takes this mayor thing, because it could be a bit of a stretch that we see her in this role. It opens up a lot of possibilities, and the Gotham that she creates while doing it, those possibilities are interesting too. And as mayor, I'm sure we'll see another visit from Batman or potentially just Bruce Wayne. The art was as good as every Takara Prianto team up, gorgeous and perfect for the book. It's hard to beat Poison Ivy when it comes to top of the line. I thought this one was excellent, and I gave it a 9 out of 10.
Nice. We don't see too many DC characters in government positions, so I think that's always a bit of an interesting angle. I think Ollie's the only one who's ever been mayor. But please correct me on that if I'm wrong. Obviously, Lex was president, but that's a little bit different. So that's always a bit of an interesting concept, seeing them kind of have to deal with all the civics kind of stuff, and her interactions with Savage are very fun in that way.
The Penguin, Riddler, maybe the Joker, but those guys have been mayors of Gotham too.
Yeah, in a different sort of way is what I mean.
If we're talking just DC, if we're talking outside of DC, Luke Cage is currently mayor of New York.
Yes, yeah. So that's always kind of an interesting angle. I don't know.
She's the first one not doing it to be a villain.
Yeah. Yeah, as for the breakup, at this point I'm kind of like just call me when they have the wedding. Like let's just get this melodrama over with and we can have done with it, you know. Pull a Superman, let them get married, and then we're done. And then they can just have the regular domestic spats that I assume married people have. I don't know. I've never been married, so I can't speak to that. But I'm like, you know, at this point, we know they're gonna get back together again because they always do when someone writer wants it to be that way. So I'm like, just call me when the wedding happens, and you know, I'll bring flowers. But other than that, issue's pretty good. Exciting start to a new arc. Can't believe we're on issue 42. Every time I see a higher issue in Poison Ivy, it blows my mind that this
Right.
series has lasted through like 3 different imprints. So, or not imprints, but rebranding. So, I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I gave it an 8 out of 10.
I considering all the retitling that's happened just this past week with Titans and Aquaman, I'm surprised this didn't get like a new title called. I know the story arc is called Mayor Ivy, but like even the book being called Mayor Poison Ivy or
Yeah.
something else. But at the same time, I guess because this is Ivy's first full length run, I guess it's you want to keep the branding as it is because it's doing so damn well. You don't want to change it on a dime. Titans and Aquaman can handle it, but maybe not
Right.
Ivy right now. You want to keep that going as it is. Um,
Yeah, and it doesn't need to follow that gimmick either. It can
no,
stand on
no,
its
it really
own.
doesn't. Yeah, the whole
totally
idea.
could have.
Sorry.
There's so many. It was like it totally could have. I mean, it's a different idea, but it's like I don't know. Yeah, they could have easily done. Yeah, Mayor Ivy or Queen Ivy or something like that. I don't think it would have
Nope,
changed.
Queen Ivy, somebody different.
I mean,
Different
do whatever
aspect
you
of Ivy
want.
anyway.
Many people have different titles, so
Yeah.
doesn't really matter.
Excuse me. As for the story though, I'm on the fence. I'm not in love with it as much as I thought I would. I feel like it's a fresh direction for the book that I don't think it needed, but I'm curious to see where it's going to go. And I can't say I like it, right? I'm curious about it. I'm interested. But I feel like there was a lot more stories still to be had for where Ivy was at the time and before we get into this. And I feel like this is less of a product of the natural direction that G. Willow Wilson is taking the character, and more so editorial saying this is direction we're taking Gotham City. So hey, all bad book writers, what can you give us? And this is what G. Willow Wilson's addition to the Gotham City line of books is really bringing, because this is going to be spreading out to other books too, which is really.
Then I hope that it's the exact opposite, and I hope that the other books are accommodating what she's doing.
It's going to be like a half and
Well, you
half.
really
Right?
do
It's
have
not like
stand-up
Poison
comedy.
Ivy is going to be influenced by
What's
other
that?
books, but this book is going to be influencing others, right? Like this one is going to be telling the story of Poison Ivy as mayor, but other books are going to be saying, okay, Poison Ivy is mayor, and
Yeah.
she's making decisions about politics in Detective Comics. She's making decisions about politics in, I don't know, Batgirl. If whatever Gotham City book that she might pop up in, she's going to be the mayor, and they're going to be talking about it.
God damn it!
But I don't think this book is going to be influenced by anything happening in Detective Comics, for example, apart from the fact that Vandal Savage is mayor.
Police chief, commissioner.
Yeah, sorry, police commissioner. But that's just the vibe I'm getting here. It didn't feel like a natural progression for this character, as much as it did kind of flow in quite well. I feel like the direction of the book naturally was progressing in a different direction, and I was much more interested in that. But I am curious to see where this is going to go, what G. Willow Wilson has in store for Ivy as mayor of Gotham City. I just hope it works out. I really don't want to see any quality of the stories of this book falter, because this is what, 42, and it's been stellar still for 42 fucking issues. So while I don't
know,
love it,
man.
I do
feel
like it, and I'm interested. So I'm giving it an 8.5.
I feel like this is almost where it's been headed. Ivy started out wanting to be all on her own, and then slowly built up this little group of people who started following her, and then got a cult, and then that got fucking bigger, and then now she's got a whole city. I feel like it has been Ivy went out to destroy the world and has slowly been put on a path to where she's gonna have to fucking save it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Actually, we're on the same side. Can you believe it?
When you describe it like that, yes, but the whole mayoral side of it just feels shoehorned in, where leading the whatever the fuck it is of the green and
Order of the Green Knight.
the Order of the Green Knight, and becoming a leader to those people. She was, even 2 issues ago, still not fully committed to that idea, and still fighting with not Jane,
Bella,
Janice from
Janet,
HR.
Janet, not
Janet.
Janice.
Wow,
Janet.
yeah, Janet
Who
from
the
HR.
fuck is
I knew it
Janice?
started with a J. Still fighting with Janet from HR, and still trying to figure out what she's doing. And it just felt shoehorned in that for whatever reason she was back in Gotham City, instantly gets arrested, and then somebody drops a mayor leaflet in her lap, and that's where it just felt so forced in a way, whereas everything else kind of flowed naturally. And this just didn't feel like it flowed the same degree as everything as the first 41 issues, right? I think, yeah, as in a leadership role, when you describe it the way you described it, sure. It's just compared to everything else we've seen, it didn't feel like the next natural evolution for Ivy.
I just think it's interesting. Again, maybe my opinion is slightly different from Josh's, but just in the sense that, like, it's not necessarily that Ivy wants these things, because I think at heart she's still very much a loner, but she continuously gets being put in these positions where she's forced to kind of make decisions for people. And I think that's what's really interesting, seeing her adapt like a plant. To being responsible for Janet, and then not really Croc, but kinda, or at least sort of telling them what to do. And then obviously Harley re-entering her life, and then the Order of the Green Knight showing up, and that being something that she kind of has to facilitate now. Like it's these people entering her life, and she very much still wants to be a loner, but is kind of forced to look after them. I think that's what makes it very interesting, putting her in those positions.
You describe that, maybe that's what it is for me. It's
plus being the avatar of both the green and the gray.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't obviously.
Or she was pushed into those other positions. She was kind of forced into it almost against her will, and this is one that she chose. I think maybe that's what it is that's bugging me. It's that's why it's a little bit different. Yeah, she chose it out of necessity, but she still chose it for herself as opposed to being forced into it against her will, like everything else that's happened.
Yeah,
I guess I was still doing it in that
realization. The realization is like she was like, I've got an army. I can continue to fight against the man, or I could maybe use my powers a little bit, win the vote, and be the man.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
I think she decided to be the man.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's an interesting new direction. It's got me excited for like all the Gotham books, to be honest with you. At what point in history have you had 2 villains basically running government?
Not since City of Bane, but that's because,
and even that wasn't really.
I mean, that was very short-lived.
Yeah, that was more so he just kind of like told everybody, "Shut the fuck up! I'm running this place now." He didn't get democratically elected.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, we'll have to see where it goes. I'm interested. But now for something completely different, if I can quote Monty Python. and by different I mean in completely different universe, with Absolute Superman number 17 starting our brief interlude of all the Absolute titles we have not talked about yet. This is Absolute Superman number. Let me actually get on the page. Holy shit. Number 15. Sorry, 17. This is written by Jason Aaron with art and colors from Juan Ferreira and letters from Becca Carey. So we pick up pretty much where we left off last issue. Absolute Parasite is attacking Metropolis, and this is not your typical Rudy Jones. This is a giant hulking behemoth of a monster, kaiju level proportions, and even more terrifying than Godzilla and Mothra having a baby. This is like, think of Venom and a xenomorph having a baby, and it eats people. It absorbs people.
It's perfectly fine as long as it's not after midnight.
I think it's well past midnight at this point. Even like terrifying graphic detail, Jimmy having his eyes and mouth pulled open by strands of purple saying "kill me." Oh my god, it was horrific. That's all happening to the city while Superman is trying to figure out how to attack it, and Hawkman is doing his own thing by striking right through it. Superman does not believe that that's the way, that just beating the shit out of it is not going to do anything, because at the same time, the more you do that, you're going to be killing all the people that's absorbed, because it's covering its body. However, they both get smacked out of the sky while debating this, and while fighting Parasite, they both fight each other, and it's not going well. Even Lois Lane gets absorbed. Superman is able to free her by oddly giving her hope, and that hope, that courage, is what Parasite does not want to feel, and that's what frees her. So that gives Superman an idea. He tries to talk to all the people of Metropolis that are absorbed within the Parasite and try to give them the hope that they need. But instead, he gets absorbed into it, which gives Parasite immense power boosts, to the point that even Hawkman is being taken down. He can't even fly away from how fast the strands are coming at him. And as the goop is covering Kal-El, his mind is connected to every other being that's absorbed by Parasite, including Hawkman. And he sees some more history of Hawkman and even have a psychic conversation between the two. And then the hope that he's giving all the people of Metropolis kind of overwhelms Parasite, and it explodes, freeing everybody at once. Until there was just a little piece left. Hawkman takes it and flies. Superman takes it and flies off. Superman and Hawkman leave each other with some really dark threats towards each other, as Hawkman then calls Talia and says, "We got a problem." Meanwhile, Talia has been busy freeing her father from that prison in Pakistan. And despite Superman actually getting through to him and him wanting to pay for his sins, he decides that he's going to get out, and even whispers, "I'm sorry, Superman," as he leaves. And finally, in Missouri, which we saw in the epilogue last issue, Brainiac was ready to destroy everything Lex Luthor holds dear at his son's birthday party, and we see basically the aftermath, with Lex Luthor tied up to a post on his porch with Brainiac bloodied and blood all over the fence and grass around them. Everybody's dead, chopped up to pieces, and Lex Luthor is left wondering what the hell he's going to do. Well, fuck, I can tell you exactly what's running through his mind is, how do I go on? Fucking kill me too, you bastard. Yeah, it was brutal and violent, and Brainiac is hoping that this act of brutality and violence that he committed in front of Lex Luthor is going to force him to become more like the Lex he's seen across the multiverse. Horrific fucking issue, if I can just say that right away. The art was so graphic, disgustingly awesome, and gut-wrenching at times. That
Horrifying
very last,
at
yeah,
others.
yeah.
Very much that last page,
Oh
last
god,
two
that's
pages.
exactly what I was about to say. It was
I've
just
always been
haunting.
disgusted by like eye gouging stuff. So
Yeah.
when he has those hooks in the eyes, the way Juan Ferreira gave detail to the pupil, I was like, oh god, I can't even look at this.
Don't do it.
Yeah, what really got me is the very last page with the red and black highlights over the entire thing.
Like
Is you just see the top half of someone's face, like the eyebrows up, just sitting on the ground. It's like, what the fuck?
And you think this is
and
going to make him
that was a
evil?
kid's birthday party, kids
Yeah.
and parents and Lex
I'm like,
Luthor's
this is-
friends and family.
I
Now they're
know.
all being chopped to pieces.
So
Like,
Brainiac's plan was to
Ugh.
traumatize Lex Luthor so that he would become a little more vicious. I'm like, this is not going to make him vicious. This is going to make him lose his mind.
yeah.
He's going to be in the insane asylum.
And if he doesn't go inside and shoot himself in the head, he's going to be coming for you.
Yeah.
Like, this is really freaking me out because I had my youngest kid's birthday like 2 weeks ago, and I got
Oh,
my
God.
oldest kid's birthday in 4 weeks, and we're planning it today. I don't want to be thinking about this shit.
Well, we've already established via a very fun conversation with Isaiah that all bald people are evil. So, you know, I
Well,
would
here's
be
the thing.
cautious of any strangers that come by saying you have a destiny.
Yeah, and I'll say this as well to Isaiah's point. Brainiac is bald. Lex Luthor has a full head of hair.
I'm just saying. The one version of Lex that is not evil is the one that has a full head of hair.
Yeah.
Except for the Earth 3 version, but that doesn't count. That's just an anomaly.
I mean, even he was.
Well, I
no,
guess
he,
was
he had a
hero.
full head of hair.
Yeah,
He wasn't evil either.
that's true.
Shit, Isaiah's got a fucking point here. He's got to write a
Yeah.
paper about this shit.
That's what I'm saying. Why are
Yeah.
all evil scientists bald and wear glasses?
Well, good thing I don't have glasses.
For now.
Oh, God.
All evil scientists. Well, never mind. I guess then you have to start debating where do you draw the line at evil scientist. So
You got Savannah,
talking more-
Robotnik, Lex
Yeah.
Luthor, but then you have your Will Magnus. You have
exactly.
yeah,
That's
like
what I was getting at.
he's a crazy scientist. He's not evil.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. He's just done some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
So, yep, I started I was gonna pick at it, but it doesn't deserve it.
Yeah.
All right.
You
Like
said the
Isaiah's-
more prominent
Isaiah's
ones
got a
happen
point.
to be bald.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, like the legitimate ones, yeah, they're all fucking bald. And
Yeah.
Rob, no
Yeah.
night courses. And if you guys notice me starting to turn evil, make sure if you see something, say something.
You are suspiciously wearing a black hat these days.
Yeah,
and
I don't know if you're
when
balding,
that
but-
started or why, but
Because I'm going bald, son.
yeah, so I don't know if you're trying to hide it or you're embracing it.
Going bald?
Turning evil.
Oh, well, there's only one way to find out.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to find out. But with all the horrificness we talk about with the art, the story was quite fun. And the art was honestly freaking gorgeous. There were a couple of Clark's faces, Superman's faces I didn't love. Hell, even I'm looking again, I'm seeing some Lois faces are kind of just awkward. But everything else was gorgeous. The design for Parasite was horrific and really well done. Hawkman looks even scarier than he did in the Absolute Evil one shot, and like you mentioned, Brandon, the pulling at the eyes. The one with Jimmy was even worse for me.
Oh yeah,
Oh shit.
that's like the second page.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, oh shit, we're in for a fucking story. Holy crap. And this was the last part of the story arc. So next issue was a new story arc. So it's getting a 9.25 from me.
Wow.
You know, 8.5 for me.
Big.
I feel like I don't have much else to add besides the points you already kind of brought up. But yeah, no, I'm a sucker for Juan Ferreira's art. So this has been a real treat, this arc where he's been filling in for Rafa Sandoval. And just some of the designs that he came up with, especially for Parasite, is like, I don't even know you come up with that. It's just really creative. So that was super cool. But yeah, some of the just like visual stuff I love, where they have the moment where Clark is like trying to break through into, I think, yeah, some of Hawkman's memories, and that was just like, I loved the way that was set against his helmet. Just visually looked incredible. So really cool stuff like that. But that's all I got.
For me, I mean, honestly, it felt a little bit too close to regular Clark at times. With the I'm Superman bit, I suppose. Al Ghul coming back on to the board already kind of bums me out. Hawkman not teetering with his loyalties at all. I really thought that was going to happen. But I mean, overall, the story was good. It was. I felt like it was a bit slower of an issue, even with all the action, but it was good. I don't know. It wasn't spectacular for me. There were the art looks great, but there were, again, a number of panels that I thought could have been done a lot better. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Fair enough.
I did try to be fair.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing fair that ever happens in the next book. Absolute Batman number 18. Brandon, you want to tell us about it?
I'm up already. Sorry, I was distracted. I was trying to find a copy of Alan Moore's Providence. To pay attention. Anyway, Absolute Batman number 18, written by Scott Snyder, with Eric Canetti as our guest artist for this issue as well. Colors by Frank Martin and letters by Clayton Cowles. This is part 2 of our brief Seventh Kingdom story, with our Absolute Poison Ivy as our villain of the week for this one. But before we get into how Batman sort of shuts down Ivy's whole spore operation, we have a brief open where we see Martha Wayne meeting up with some owls, some Court of Owls, members of the Court of Owls to be specific, giving the password before she's abducted and taken to an undisclosed location. As we cut back to the giant tree where Batman has been fighting the various Ivy clones, we get a little bit more detail as to Ivy's initial transformation after the fire in the previous issue that basically burned her alive. The only thing that was left of her body was a heart, which the scientists claimed was not active and that there was nothing left of her to preserve. But of course, Ivy, being alive, knew that this was not true. So her mother was forced to just sort of leave her there in the Arc M premises while she was crying out, hoping that someone would be able to hear her, that her mother might be able to save her. We also get more, I guess, expansion upon the previous week where Bruce had been trying to reach out to his friends, to Waylon, to Ozzy, to Harvey, and to Eddie. Just sort of continuing that, where he keeps showing up, he keeps giving riddles to Eddie, keeps trying to talk to Ozzy and getting his ass kicked. And also just kind of thinking about what Batman has become, that this initial concept that he's created has become the star, when really it was more meant to be a symbol of change rather than just this grander symbol itself. So this is all kind of intercut between scenes where he's trying to fight Ivy at various points. We also cut back to Martha, who's having her conversations with the Court of Owls, and we get a little bit more of her history there as well, where she reveals that she was one of the top talents, but I guess left at some point because it seems like there was some disagreement over the goals of the group after something happened with Jack Grimm, our version of Joker in this one. So it's just a lot of like things kind of setting up for where characters are going to go next, as we also get more movement for Harley as well as Dick Grayson, who are just kind of getting ready to set themselves up in the midst of all of the change that's going on in Gotham at the moment. Towards the end, we catch up with Bruce and Jim Gordon, who after the previous issue where Bruce awkwardly caught Jim macking on his mom, is not in the mood to talk to Gordon at all, but kind of needs to, given that Gordon knows. And he doesn't say exactly what he knows, but we know. So Bruce kind of has a heart-to-heart with Jim in that moment, really talking about his own insecurities over this whole Batman experiment, feeling like the attention is gone in the wrong direction. And that's when Jim sort of provides a little bit of advice, saying he was in a similar position when he started off as mayor, and he had all these goals and he had his plan of what he wanted to do. But then suddenly when he was mayor, he was being pulled in a lot of different directions. And so obviously kind of had to change his perspective a little bit. So he got a word of advice from Barbara, basically saying, when you find yourself not really sure of what you're meant to be anymore, it's maybe not a problem with you. It's a problem with the roots. Or I think actually what they say exactly is, Dad, a tree grows tallest when you care for its roots. So basically what he's saying is you have to look deep at the roots, the fundamentals, and say what needs to change. And that's where we cut back to the present day, where Bruce has teamed up with Barbara after pushing her off a cliff in the previous issue, to take down Ivy, using one of the sonic weapons or something like that, where they're able to kind of use that to stall Ivy. And initially she's like, well, I don't really care. You know, I can come back from this. However, Bruce knows that one of her weaknesses, her emotional tethers, is her heart, because it was the only thing that her mother was able to preserve. And that's still very important to her. So if she doesn't want that to be blasted to smithereens, she needs to relinquish her power, and destroy the spores before they spread across the city, which she does. But then Bruce destroys her heart anyway, basically saying, like, I don't care. Fuck you. This is the Batman that I need to be. And Barbara kind of confronts him about saying, well, you said you weren't going to destroy her heart if she destroyed the spores, but you did it anyway. And he's like, well, you know, I kind of did what I had to do. So we see as a sort of last moment that Bruce's friends are still in various different places. Ozzy gets a package from someone. We'll surely follow up on that later. Eddie seems to be a little surprised that Bruce hasn't come back. We don't know what's going on with Harvey as of yet, but surprise, surprise, Wayland seems to have returned to normal. As we revealed at the beginning of the issue, he'd shed his skin. Usually that's indicative of a crocodile growing in size, but it looks like he's back to normal. And hopefully he's going to be checking in with Bruce. I hope that'll be a positive boon for him. But our final scene is of Bruce finally listening to the voicemail that his mom had left for him, except he deletes it. So yeah, I don't know. Is it possible that Absolute Batman is going to be even more aggro? I guess we'll find out. It seems like this chapter in Bruce's life is him trying to figure out exactly what kind of Batman he wants to be. The one we saw in the earlier issues was vicious and combative, but still a bit undefined, not really clear what his overall goal was meant to be. And also how exactly he would implement that and what kind of Batman he wanted to be. I think now we're getting a bit of a clearer shape as to what that might be. Someone who's maybe even a little bit more ruthless, as the situation calls for it. I don't know, but I'm excited. And I love that it's kind of setting up a new personality or status quo for Bruce's personality and his overall direction. So I thought this was a really strong close to this kind of mini arc. And I love just seeing the introspection that Bruce has been going through in the last two issues. I feel like it's nice to get that, to see sort of where his mind is at, given everything that's happened in Gotham. So this one gets an 8.75 out of 10 for me. I really enjoyed it.
And I don't know. I mean, we see Batman embracing his darker side. That involves deleting a voicemail from his mom. He didn't try to kill Ivy. He didn't kill her or even try to. He just, I guess you could say what he did was a little heartless.
He just destroyed something that was important.
Well, yeah, your actually ruined a wonderful joke.
Oh. Well, that's what I do.
Try it again. He didn't try to kill her, but I guess you could say he did something that was a bit heartless. But
Oh, God.
just
Yeah,
then
I don't feel bad
deletes.
about ruining that joke.
Actually, Heartless was in Nightwing, not in the
Yeah.
absolute.
So I mean, I guess Batman Getting Darker is Bruce needing to go about being Batman all alone with the help of Alfred. So that's a really interesting original take on the Batman. Except it's not.
Well, I don't know if he's saying go it all alone. It's more just like I need to kind of realign my focus. Like I've tried mending my relationships with my friends. They keep telling me to fuck off. So maybe it's
And then
time
he,
to kind of reconsider,
yeah,
the things
he-
that are super important to me.
he cuts the ties with his mom. He doesn't have anybody else left but Alfred and Selena, wherever she is out there. And that's not exactly like that's original either. I don't know. The issue was pretty good, but I really need better art, and this is better than we usually get. If the story is a bit of a chew, I shouldn't need to wade through the art to get to it. It wasn't bad. I gave it a 7 out of 10. But I think the next one was better. Written by Jeff Lemire with art inside and out. Rob Scott has my bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
dude.
Yeah, you don't want to miss this. This is a rare moment. I agree 100% with you.
Oh,
I even gave it a 7.
ooh.
Yeah, this is not. I'm not going to say this is one of the weaker issues of Absolute Batman, but I feel like it is.
It's but you know.
Yeah.
not
not saying it, but I'm saying it.
Yeah.
It's not a direction for Absolute Batman I was hoping they would take. Scott Snyder spent so many issues setting up a very different style of Batman. He was Batman AF, and now he's taking that concept of Batman AF and turning it up to 11. Like, he's so Batman AF, he's just Batman. Like, that's not what I wanted out of this version of Batman. If it's the progression that he was going in, sure, but some of it just doesn't make sense. It's like he let Ivy get to him, and I know his friends were kind of giving him the cold shoulder, which wasn't necessarily fair to Bruce on one hand, but at the same time understandable. And now he's going to give them the cold shoulder, and Wayland's clearly looking for Bruce, and Alfred is doing his Alfred thing. But the fact that he even deleted his voicemail from his mom didn't make a lick of sense to me, and it looks like she's fucking dead. So he's just truly alone now, like Batman is, and it doesn't feel right for this version of Bruce. It really doesn't. This was supposed to be a different Batman that had no money. He had some parents, he had allies, and he had a mission that was different from the Batman we know, and more muscles than you can count.
I'm just saying, if your mom was caught kissing the mayor of Brampton, assuming such a thing exists, would you also be a little miffed?
Well, that's a loaded question, because the mayor of Brampton's a shithead. Look, what she does with her life is her choice, and I will support her no matter what, but it'll give me an opportunity to speak to Patrick Brown directly and tell him everything I don't like about him. So that's the thing. And even besides that, like, this, it's a different scenario for me because I don't like the mayor, but Bruce and Jim Gordon get along.
At least they did.
And that's another thing I did not understand. Okay, his dad's been dead for like 20 years. The wounds will still be fresh, I understand. But to see the mayor of the mayor of Branson, the mayor of Gotham, a man that you have known your whole life and to a certain degree idolize in some ways, and your mother, who was very close to him both professionally, politically, and privately, being in a relationship, I didn't think was that much of a shock or that much of a drag. You know, I didn't
not enough to just like not even fucking say goodbye.
Yeah, like that's that didn't feel right to me. That felt like Bruce just being petty for no fucking reason. I get he's going through a hard time with his friends, but keep that side separate. I know he's going
But
through a
isn't he
hard time
like?
with Batman, but keep that side separate. This should have been a moment for like, well, I'm happy for you, Mom. You know, do
Yeah.
this, and now he's kind of ruined that whole thing. And I feel like he's kind of put himself on this path, and then just that one thing that Ivy said kind of got to him and pushed him over that edge that never should have happened in the first place. To the point that even Barbara was like, "Are you sure that you didn't say you were going to do this?" And here you are doing it 2 seconds later. It didn't feel right to me.
How old is this version of Absolute Batman? I can't remember if he's like 19 or in his early 20s or something.
I think early 20s.
Okay, because I was gonna say, I mean, look, I'm in no position to speak, but you know, teenagers and people in their early 20s are not known for being emotionally secure. So
that's fair.
I will say that as just a defense. Like I can see why he would be a little bit just bothered by that, because it's like, wow, I mean, yes, I've known him all my life, but it's still a bit of a weird thing for me. Like I just don't know how to process it. And given everything that's going on with Batman and Gotham City, it's probably not the best timing, but I don't know. That's just kind of how I read it.
That's fair. That's valid. I at the same time, I feel like being that mad about it just feels a little overzealous. However, liked the art, so I guess I don't agree with Josh 100%. I liked the art. I thought a lot of the designs were cool for Ivy.
Yeah.
It was just
I love
crazy design. So I'm giving it a 7 still, because if I didn't love the art, it would have gotten like a 5 or a 6.
Well, okay then.
Body horror in the Absolute books this week.
Yeah,
past couple weeks.
Yeah,
which I kind of appreciate.
Yeah,
it's the dark side first. All right, kicking off the rest of it. We got 3 more books in the Absolute universe. And the first one is Absolute Flash number 12, written by Jeff Lemire with art inside and out, drawn by Nick Robles and A.L. Kaplan, and colored by Adriano Lucas with lettering from Tom Napolitano. This summary goes...
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Josh, but I'm looking at this schedule. You're doing 12 and I'm doing 13?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That seems kind of weird, but I don't know. I mean, that's what you want to do.
I mean, I didn't do it.
You want to just marathon them back to back. It just seems kind of... Anyway, I just noticed that.
Wait, like the fact that... Wait, what's
we're doing... Like, you're going to do 12, and then I'm going to do 13 immediately after.
Yep. That's the way the schedule got worked.
Oh, okay.
Man, you need to check your company emails more often.
No, I mean, it just seems kind of weird. Like, it should have just been one of us doing them back to back. I don't know. That seems kind of weird.
I have faith.
Well, it's too late now.
I just thought sorry, that was me that did it. I just
no, I mean,
like,
I should have
give y'all a break.
Right.
All right, so here we are. Wally takes on Monsterthon and messes it up, but not for long. Monsterthon takes off, and Wally and the Rogues all start on it together. They open up a portal to the still point behind Monsterthon, and Wally's dad apologizes for not being a better dad and then tackles the monster through it. He begs the Rogues to open it back up, but they promised his dad that they would not do that. So Wally takes off running and ends up at the Dibney mission again. The Rogues declare themselves free agents, and while all of that was going on, Grodd managed to escape, but then he found his dad along the way. His dad, who was also a prisoner in the lab. In the very last epilogue that we get in the book, they've escaped together, and Grodd's dad corrects Grodd when he says the bad men are gone. Grodd's dad says that all men are bad and that all men should pay. And that's the book. I read it really fast, but let me tell you, it was pretty good. The art is right there, man. It's really good stuff. The story just want to take a full-ass left turn. Whatever happens in year 2, at this point, I'm totally up for. This was really something. The new twist to the Grodd character is very welcomed. This is going to be leading to some interesting stuff. At least I'm hoping. And just thinking about all of the other non-rogues, Flash rogues that there are, this book could go a million different directions. Now, I'm stoked for it. This was a really fun read. I'll even overlook misspelling Dibney on the mission sign door a little bit.
Wait, how was it
I gave
spelled?
it Dibney.
Oh shit!
Yep.
I didn't even catch that.
And my score is going to be an 8.25 out of 10. I suppose it's all right that it isn't all mashed up together because it is like end of year one, start of year two type of thing.
Yeah. That was also my train of thought because issue 13 is the start of a New York.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you. There was a hell of an issue. Crazy shit happened. Eobard was wild. Ended in some very interesting, promising future storylines to come up, like Grodd and Daddy Grodd. Daddy Grodd is not a sentence I ever wanted to say, but here we are. Which just has me really curious what the fuck's going to happen there. Grodd, like Monkey Grodd, seemed so happy in a way and wanted to find his dad. Now he's going to like potentially go evil. And I don't like that. But well, it was bound to happen eventually, I guess. So we'll see where that goes. Art was fantastic. Yeah, I'll give it an 8.25 as well.
Yeah, no, 8 out of 10. Solid ending to the, I guess, Thawne saga, at least for now. And some interesting things, like you said, with Grodd, but also we'll see in 5 minutes when I start talking about the next book, Wally kind of starting his new chapter at the Dibney Center. So, yeah, interesting stuff there. I would say we'll see where it goes, but we know where it's going to go because I'm about to talk about it. So that's why it just like feels weird. It's like, oh, I wonder what happened next month.
You don't have to wait. We're here.
You don't have to wait. What chapter?
And now in the future.
13.
If you listen now, in the next 5 minutes, you will get Absolute Flash number 13 for absolutely
what a
free.
deal. I know. Dude. I'm trying for this shit. Yeah, well, I mean, I can literally just kick it off now since
if you want.
I don't see why not.
At the same time, why not?
So yeah, well, you waited for Flash number 13, start of a new arc brought by me, but written by Jeff Lemire with art by his legal name. Wait for it. His legal name is, hold on. His legal name is Heining, with colors by This issue sees Wally now at the Dibney Center, having been there for a little while, still reminiscing on the event and re-listening to old emails from his dad, feeling, I guess, just a little bit bad about how everything shaped up. He's on the roof one night, and that's when Ralph decides to check in, very much aware that Wally has been through a lot, and we're not just talking about him showing up late at the center, but also just been with the strange sludge monster that showed up and all the people afterwards that showed up asking questions. Wally very much is not trying to hear it, and as he says, he doesn't need another father, and can leave if he wants to.
You're not my daddy.
Ralph is very much just trying to help, and he shows Wally a card that one of the suits left behind, one Agent Hunter Zolomon, DEO.
That's fucked
up. But that gets I'm sorry?
Oops. I said that's fucked up.
Oh, I'm sure we'll see Hunter at some point. You don't drop a reference like that without paying it off. Wally very much the next day is just trying to enjoy some alone time, but keeps getting annoyed by that bothersome, pesky Linda, those pesky questions about the Flash, which Wally totally is not. He just, looks totally like the Flash and has red hair just like the Flash. But also Linda literally shows him in costume while he freaks out. That one is like, you know what? If she already knows the secrets at this point, might as well confine her. And so they have a little bit of a fun moment where Wally gets to show off his powers and has her in his slipstream, at least for a moment. But Linda especially is very much like, well, if you have all these questions about Thawne and everything that happened, why not try and figure it out? And that's when they decide to go back to Fort Fox to just kind of retrace the steps of everything that happened. So they're breaking in, trying to see, where they might be able to get some information. Linda checks in with one of the computers, but while here's something, and they notice that the mirror not behaving. Usually you look and it just shows you. But this mirror is doing some Inception shit and showing you a bunch of cracked versions of yourself. And that's when Linda disappears for a moment, but sees that when Linda is reflected into the mirrors himself. And we get our new look at absolute Mirror Master, who demands that Wally let us out. Turns to Wally and tells him to run, which he does, and so it ends. So we've been pulled into the Mirrorverse and finally get our look at the Mirror Master. To say a little seeing this, I noticed that the credits this Mirror Master Part 1 of 2. And given how much Mirror Master has been built up as kind of this elusive villain of the Absolute Universe, I really hope the end saga does not end here. Like, I feel like this is just an introduction. But I mean, I hope this is not the end of his story, at least for a while. Because it seemed like there was more connection they were building up between the main universe and the Absolute Universe, and Mirror Master able to see between them, similar to Brainiac in that free comic book they spent back. But hope it's not just this. But as far as this start goes, really great, and I love this version of Linda Park. I feel like she is still very much a teenager, almost like if you could imagine hyper-aged version of Linda, this is exactly what it would be, which is really fun. But nice to see them and Linda and their, I guess, interest in each other, even if it's a bit one-sided in this universe, it's still a constant. So that's nice to see. So I really gave it a 8.25 out of 10.
Oh yeah, for sure. What about you, Rob?
I was, for me, a lot better. I like the new direction right now to see where Wally could potentially go. Going back to the Dibney mission was surprising. Not that surprising, but it was surprising that Ralph was so ready to be like, we know who you are. Okay, let's calm down, Ralph. Hunter Zolomon got me. Eh? What did you say?
I said the suit showed up. Like, can't.
Yeah, that's true. Hunter Zolomon was a nice surprise. Being an agent of the DEO, remind me, and I could be wrong, is that the agency that like Cameron Chase works for as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's connections going on. There's some shit happening. I like it. Which we'll be talking about the DEO a little bit more next book. Mirror Master, I'm stoked for, because like you said, Brandon, we've been teased with Mirror Master when that free comic book day one shot a while back. I've been waiting for him to show up. He's here. But 1 of 2, I wonder if that's a hint, a tease. Like, okay, this is Mirror Master Part 1 of 2. It's definitely not going to be the end of the story, because that free comic book day special showed this Mirror Master meeting like Prime Universe Mirror Master, like main continuity Mirror Master, and that was it. That was the end of that issue, was the two of them kind of seeing each other. So what if Mirror Master 1 of 2 is 2 Mirror Masters, and this is not really the end of Mirror Master, just the end of this part of the story. And there's going to be a lot more down the line. That next issue, we're going to see main universe Mirror Master.
That'd be interesting.
Potentially, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. The only thing that's kind of throwing me off is this Mirror Master's like, let me out. Like he's stuck in there, and then he got Linda stuck in there too. But at the very last page, Wally and Linda are running off in the mirror dimension. Where that could lead them, who the fuck knows? Maybe Wally's going to stumble into another universe he doesn't know how to get out of. Like, there's so much potential here, and I know it's only 2 parts, and it seems like it should be a lot more. But so far, I kind of trust what the writer's been putting down for Wally in Absolute Flash. I'm excited to see what next issue is going to bring. I can't wait. This is getting an 8.75.
I definitely liked it. At first, when I opened it up, I'm like, oh boy, now we're heading into love territory. But no, thankfully, Lemire handled it perfectly. She's a partner. You're on her way to being one anyway. And this 2-part introduction, at least that's the way I'm taking it, of Mirror Master. And I am taking it because it does seem like he's going to be a much bigger character than just a 2-part arc. I feel like this introduction is going to be a nice little segue into what else the Absolute Flash universe is going to be like, because it certainly can't continue to feel like it has up until this point. He's not going to be running away from government operatives that can find him at any moment anymore. So this book is going to take a different feel. I lost my place. Yeah. Well, anyway, this shit is just good. Art and story. And even though every issue isn't just like, whoa, the story makes it so that the whole series gets that whoa. And it's deserved. This issue is an 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Hell yeah. All right. Now, like I mentioned, we're going to be talking more about the DEO with Absolute Green Lantern number 12. This is written by Al Ewing with art from Janoy Lindsay, Sid Kotien, and Pressy, with letters from Lucas Gattoni, and the cover from Janoy Lindsay. We pick up, mostly where we left off last issue. Todd Race has become the giant obsidian creature that is attacking Chase Meridian. Why do I keep saying Chase Meridian? Cameron Chase's apartment building and just destroying it. And this obsidian creature is also being controlled mentally by Hector Hammond using the Mento device. Everybody's running away from it. However, Cameron, Hal and Joe escape to the rooftop instead of to the street. Why? I don't fucking know. Cameron realizes that there is a weakness to this, that somebody is clearly controlling it, because when she shoots at it, specifically in the eye that is kind of on the face that's kind of forming at the front of the creature, it gets scared and kind of holds back. It's making her think that whatever that face is, somebody in the other end can see everything that's happening. So when you shoot it in the eye, the person controlling it thinks it's getting shot in the eye and gets fucking scared. So right. Cameron is kind of using that as an aid to help them, a weakness to this creature. They escape to the rooftop and get some time to regroup, but then the obsidian creature arrives. However, at this point is when, excuse me, Simon Baz wakes up, gets a makeshift mask on his face, because, as he says, if he sees his own face, he dies. What that means, we still don't know, but I really want to. I'm sensing some portrait of, I forget his name now.
Dorian Gray,
yeah, kind of vibes going on. And as he leaves the apartment to try and find the obsidian beast, this is when Joe's wedding ring, glowing green, flies up out of the rubble and heads towards her, lands on her finger, and she goes full Green Lantern mode, fighting the ever-living shit out of this obsidian creature, even using giant green fist constructs. Excuse me. And this is when Hal's power starts to spike as well. The dark or black hand power that he was harnessing before kind of reacts to the Green Lantern energy that's flowing through Joe, and instead becomes violet light, and he begins to show this creature love, if not compassion.
Come here, give me a little hug.
Yeah, kind of showing it love for whatever's inside. And that is when the darkness kind of eradicates around what Hal discovers to be Todd Rice. As they all know each other, they were all from the same town. Hector Hammond is pissed. He throws the helmet down, and they don't know what their next plan is. Then Simon shows up and says, okay, everybody, you need to go look on the other side of the building right now. He says you go look outside, even though they are outside. They look into the sky and see the giant Green Lantern spaceship floating above them, the one that crushed the town, the town they were from. I forget the name of the town. And behind them sits Tomar Ray, saying that the one thing, a better word for this ship is a gun. And anyway, I'm going to go kill Mogo with it. You coming? And that's where the issue ends, and that got me fucking stoked. Tomar Ray and Joe Mullane meet up. They are both Tomars. One of the red energy, one of the green energy. We see a new energy in the spectrum with the violet energy of love that Hal is harnessing. Simon is Dorian Gray. Obsidian is Todd Rice. They're going to go kill Mogo with a giant Green Lantern gun.
And Mogo in this universe, have we? I just can't remember the older issues.
I want to say yes, but at the same time, I don't remember. I think Mogo was the planetoid that the oh god, what was it? Not the Ainsert, the dark energy is kind of from, right? I think it's kind of taken over that. Mm. When Kilowog fought Tomar Ray. Initially, that first issue, the planet that Kilowog was on was Mogo. That Sinestro was on too. So they're going to go into space now and fight aliens. And this is where we're going to get to some real Green Lantern shit. I can't wait. It's going to be good. This one got me hella excited, gave me a lot more questions. Hector Hammond potentially is going to be put on hold for now. I would have wanted to see something more from him kind of getting affected by the mental helmet, but probably in the future, if that even happens. Al Ewing is just going crazy with this right now. I can't wait to see what Joe does in space with Tomar Ray, both being Tomars. This is hard for me as a Lantern fan to talk about, because calling Joe a Tomar and not calling Tomar Ray Tomar, even though he is a Tomar, but it's not his name. His name is Ray, I guess. It's hard. It's complicated.
A little confusing.
But that's what I love about it. It's different. Yeah. So with that, the art is fantastic. The designs are so cool. I love the light work. It's getting a 9.25 out of 10.
Yeah, no, I feel like this.
Gonna go kill
Flash
Mogo.
Kind of the 1, 2. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. You go ahead.
Okay. I was just gonna say, I feel like Flash and Green Lantern are kind of the 1-2 punch of like, let's take the concepts, the names, and really spin them on their heads.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, it's confusing for us because we're so familiar with Tomar's, just Green Lantern, Zudari, and Green Lantern. But Tomar's the title, it's got all these different applications. So when the actual Tomar Ray shows up, it's not really his name. It's like you're trying to wrap your head around it, but it's still so creative. I love that.
Yeah.
Also, just him having connection to the red energy, I think is such.
Yeah, you were cut out for a second. Yeah, you froze.
Okay. No, I was just saying. I'm probably overloading it. But no, I was just saying, him having the access to the red energy is also just a really great concept. So this book has really become something special. It's got its own mythology. It's I don't know how else to put it, but it feels like it's built its own unique corner that really is something special. And I
Yeah.
love what Al has done in these recent issues. So yeah, I'm giving this one 8.25 to 10 as well. Really solid stuff.
Hell yeah. Al, when Josh has done his review, can I suggest we take like a 10-minute break just to refill water?
We still got, I don't even know how many to go.
We're
One,
halfway through. We're just
2.
finishing number 8, and we have 8 more to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I started out with gonna go kill Mogo with it. Jesus, like I could guess 100 different things that might happen in the next issue, and none of them would be right. This book, while always keeping the story straight and never losing focus, always keeps me guessing. I like to try to figure out what's going to happen in books that I'm reading. I'm that kind of reader, whether it's comics or novels or whatever, but there's zero chance of that happening in this book, and I appreciate it so much. Usually that only happens when the story is kind of half-assed, and it is not. The entire series, 12 issues in, the art's top-notch, the writing's top-notch, the art, not just the lines, but the colors too. I mean, all of it, and frankly, a year ago, well, I think it was more like 14 months ago, you started here in DC, and I was vocally worried about it, and I regret those worries and apologize to you, Al Ewing, because Absolute Green Lantern is fucking fire.
Right.
I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, just looking at the last word bubbles in the last 2 pages here, Joe looks up at the giant green lantern that landed on Evergreen. She says, "That's the Green Lantern. Why is it here?" And then Tomar says, word for word, "Lantern is a poor translation, Tomar Joe. A better word in your language is gun." That alone should set the tone for the entire fucking series so far. It's just fire wordplay right there.
So good. But as our co-host here suggested, we're going to take a quick break and be right back. See you in a minute.
Peace.
Remember, you're not muted.
Hello?
Yo.
Oh, you're here. Okay.
Yep. Just forgot my mic was on mute again.
Nice. I just spoke to the. They won't have it today, but they will have it tomorrow. So I can send you a picture with them when I pick it up.
Right on. That's awesome. Excuse me while I suck down a sandwich real quick.
No worries.
I thought surely if we're starting at 11, we'll be done by 4. Nope. But we're getting there.
Sorry, I was muted. No, it just happens. But also, we were talking for like an hour before we even started, and there was an hour set up. So
yeah, fucking A. It's always that way, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Mania's tonight?
What's that?
WrestleMania. That's tonight?
Yeah.
Holy
He's no
shit.
better than I would.
Pretty
Damn,
sure.
I thought it was in like April.
No.
Maybe I'll watch a little bit with you.
Oh, wait. I guess I'm tripping.
Why?
It doesn't happen until 18 or 19. Whoops.
Of April, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was weird. Oh, yeah. We're live, by the way, if we can hear each other.
Oh.
And let's come on back then, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Excuse me. I was so hungry. We talked for so long before the show got started. Most of it was my fault. Now I'm deadly hungry. But we are all done and out of the absolute universe. We have made it back to our own. But we're going to go back in time, because we just can't leave shit alone. Brandon's going to take care of that for us, though, with Justice Society of America, or excuse me, JSA number 17.
Rather than putting food in my mouth, why? Hang on.
Got to check those company emails more often.
Oh my. Okay. Number 17, written by Jeff Lemire with art by Gavin Guidry. Excuse me, by Luis Guerrero, letters by Steve Wands. There's also a brief backup story, but I'll get into that later. But this is chapter 5 of JSA Year 1, and basically sees all our heroes united in one place, finally at last. But before we can get to that point, we have to kind of move all our pieces so we pick up with Alan, who is in a bit of a death grip with the Ultra Humanite after the reveal in the last issue. Alan naturally lashes out and is able to momentarily get the upper hand, but not before Ultra Human unleashes a brainwave and sort of has Alan and before Alan then retaliates with some more Green Lantern before getting sort of 1-2'd by Hawkman and Hawkgirl, although he's able to out for a brief moment. And so Green Lantern now with Hawkman and to, I guess, work each other to follow the Ultra Humanite before he can escape. And at the same time, Adam and Wonder Woman have also showed up and are looking to break in, but they see that the guards have already been knocked out, courtesy of Johnny Thunder and the Flash. So they're having their own little team up as well. So all of our players are, as I said, slowly coming together. But in the meantime, we check in with Our Man and Dr. Midnight, who are freeing. Oh my God, what was his name? I can't remember what his full name. I know he's Amazing Man, but I'm blanking on his last. I think it's Will Everett, the guy who's the silver skin. I'm blanking on it right now. I'm so ashamed. Anyway, Our Man is able to up his dosage of Miraclo pills, free him, and they're able to make their way to basically everyone else has been congregating, not knowing that they're already there, but just trying to find out where the people are going next. So at that point, they're all kind of aligned and not forces, but are all in one place at the moment. In the meantime, this sort of confederacy of villains led by Ultra Humanite, Sportsmaster, and Satana are getting ready to unleash their plans on the subway plot, basically. Satana kicks off the weapon just as the rest of the heroes, like I mentioned, are all now together, although Alan knows that something is going on with the subway tunnels and this group called the Columnists. But as they're sort of taking stock of what is coming next, in the background, that's when the whole thing comes exploding, or rather, the building comes exploding. And that's where our issue ends. As I mentioned, we have a brief backup. This one, Jeff Lemire with Art Boy Vasquez, and is essentially just Jay kind of feeling a little nostalgic for the old days, but also them kind of taking stock of the change in Ross, all the people that left the Jay since the whole Ragnarok arc. So they still have a decent staff of people left over, but they definitely need to bring in some more names. And who should show up at that time? But none other than Stargirl and Atom Smasher reporting for duty, as they say. So, yeah, I don't know. I would say this is yet another solid chapter in the one arc. It looks like we're coming to a close with the next issue, so that should be a pretty exciting conclusion. But I kind of sound like a broken record, bringing it up so much, but it's just nice to see we'll all play the sort of initial beginnings of what will be our JSA roster. So that'll be exciting to see them presumably all work together in the next issue. So really looking forward to that. 6.5 out of 10 for me. I think you're muted, Josh.
Well, yeah, and
I mean, I just wanted to make sure you're heard. Not always with it, but you deserve to be heard.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you not letting me finish my review before you tell me.
Next time I'll do that.
No.
Next time we cover Absolute Martian Manhunter, just even if he is unmuted, mute him first.
Mute him. Just mute. I was really caught off guard by the time jump at the end and the epilogue, but it was good to see that it is not just being left to rust in its knowledge and in a forward-moving way. That's great. Now, as far as them coming together, it looks like it's finally about to happen. And man, I actually felt excited. This group getting together, being annoyed by each other so much, all of their styles, personalities clashing. It's been interesting and era appropriate, and it's been great. I love that we're finally getting here. I mean, we all knew it was coming, but just watching it happen has been fun. The team has decided to work together, and off we go. It's the search for the Spectre now, and I can't wait to see what happens or look at it. JSA regularly has fantastic art that I never get tired of looking at. It is very high quality and matches the book perfectly. I give JSA 17 an 8.25 out of 10.
Nice. I do have
17
one
out of
other thing to add. I just don't know if this is true, but I'm guessing. I feel like most of what Jeff Lemire knows about Hawkman and his personality in particular is from like 70s Justice League of America comics, because he's such an asshole. And like, I get it. Carter has a bit of an abrasive personality, but like every time Hawkman opens his mouth, it's just and all I think
Fuck you, guy.
yeah, it was like all I could think of was like when you read those.
Look, go, bro.
Those like Jerry Conway or Len Wein or Danny O'Neill issues of JLA, and Hawkman is like always fighting with Green Arrow, and it's like, shut up. It's like, God, it's just constantly nagging at people.
Right?
Sorry,
are you
I don't
Hawk
know.
man or are you
Like,
Hawk bro?
I don't know how to feel about it exactly, because it's not inauthentic necessarily, but it's just like sometimes it's nice to have a Hawkman who's a little bit more measured. You know, he doesn't always have to be beefing with people.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's Rocco from Undergrads. I know that's a dated reference now.
That is a very dated reference.
I when I was a kid, I used to see like when he got mad, it made him stronger. And I know that's not the case, but that's how I used to when I was a kid. And has everyone said what they're going to say about JSA?
No, I haven't even started yet. But I don't have much. Yeah, JSA, this was a fun one. It was fun for me to read, especially because they're talking about fifth columnists and Alan Scott doing Alan Scott stuff, and I'm just like, I fucking read about the fifth columnist for the first time like last week in All American Comics number 38. Like going through the golden age of Green Lantern stuff, I'm like, man, that's gonna be great, because I feel like so on the ball about where the Alan Scott is with the fifth columnist. First appeared in Green Lantern Quarterly number 2 when he entered the war. Just like, ooh, this feels good. I feel, Brandon, is this what it feels like to be you? Have all this
that is very much the goal. I'm so proud of you. Like, that's awesome.
It feels really good. And like, I'm pinpointing like the first time that the modern Green Lantern oath is used. Me and some other people in the Green Lantern subreddit were like, well, it's in this issue, but I found it in this issue. And like, I've got it down to like October 1943.
That's probably right.
Yeah.
Like I said, at least by the latter half of the GL Quarterly series. You call it I keep calling it the GL 41 series. So I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's Green Lantern Volume 1. I'm calling it GL Quarterly because it came out quarterly at the time.
Right. Yeah.
Just to like
most comics.
Differentiate between Comic Cavalcade and All American Comics. I've seen that oath in Comic Cavalcade and All American Comics so far, but I've yet to catch up to Green Lantern Volume 1 throughout. Yeah. I'm in like February 1943, and I got to get up to December.
I saw you were on like issue 3 or 4 or something.
I think I'm moving on to 5 or 6. Yeah, I've been bouncing around a lot. I realized when I started Comic Cavalcade, it was like a bit chronologically ahead, and I've been busy. Hey?
This was like I didn't know what we were reading. I was like, what on earth?
It's got Alan Scott's solo stories. I need to read it.
You're a stronger man than I. Like,
it's actually kind of fun.
I thought you were crazy reading the All American stuff. I would 41 call it a day.
Nah, I honestly didn't even realize there was so much. I didn't even know Comic Cavalcade was a thing. I was going to read like I thought it was a few issues of All American and then like 38 issues of Green Lantern, and I'm back to Silver Age. Nope, you have like 200 books to read. Okay, let's go.
Are you also gonna read the features in All Star as well? Because I know that the structuring for that book was like they were a team. All of the features were individual, I think.
Were they?
Actually, yeah. They early each section was done by the artist of other books. What's his name? Sheldon,
Irving
whatever,
Mason?
was doing.
Oh, Sheldon.
Yeah, it was doing not. Is it Sheldon Moldoff?
Well,
Whoever
Sheldon
was
Moldoff was an editor, I think.
No, not Moldoff. What am I thinking of? Whoever was doing
Oh,
like
yeah, that I don't know.
do a feature in All Star Comics for that Power Man section.
Fuck.
Changed at a certain point. I gotta double check that, but I know at least for those first issues, it was like they weren't teaming up; it was just individual features.
Okay, I gotta look into that. You just ruined my day.
I'm so sorry. Why do I talk? Why do I talk?
No. It's good because I need to read. I'm not completing every single Green Lantern comic if I'm not reading every single solo story. So if there is an All-Star, I need to read it.
Okay, let me just fact check this.
Yeah,
and
I'll do some
get back to
research
you.
as well, and we'll figure it out. But that's besides the point. We'll talk more about my challenge later, and hopefully your Flash challenge, and hopefully Josh reading every Zatanna comic or something. I don't know. Yeah, JSA. It's fun for me reading the Golden Age stuff concurrently with the Golden Age stuff. This story, it's been a slow burn, but it's been interesting, and I like seeing the members of the JSA slowly come together. I was expecting a little bit more, I'll be honest with you. Like there was a Golden Age Black Canary or something, wasn't there? Dinah's mom.
Yeah, Dinah.
She was in the JSA, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm surprised she's not in this, but maybe Lemire's like picking and choosing certain people for this, or maybe he's got a plan for these characters in the future. We'll have to see.
Initial lineup for the year one lineup, if you will.
Yeah, fair enough.
Checking the track, but I don't know. They're kind of
yeah. Well, yeah. I like the lineup right now, and it's finally coming together. I think there's only one more issue of year one, and then we get back into the modern day. And the lineup looking where it's going right now, we're not going to have Jesse Quick. Our man's sticking around, but we're getting Stargirl and Atom Smasher back. Hell yeah. Who else? I can't wait to see the new JSA lineup. All in all, it's getting an 8.5 for me. It's a heck of a run.
I'm sorry. I fucked up. I made a mistake. Sheldon Moldoff was doing the Hawkman features, not the Our Man features.
I know there was an editor called Sheldon, unless it was also Sheldon Moldoff, but there was two Sheldons. There's so many names I'm learning.
Probably was a fairly common name. It was also a little confusing because Sheldon Moldoff did so much stuff for Batman in the 50s. I was like, wait, you couldn't do Hawkman like that? What the fuck? That's not right. So I don't know. It's hard to keep track, but anyway, I will make sure that those features are solo before I ruin your life.
All right, because I've been avoiding team up books for that very reason. And if
that was sort of why, because I'm like those first ones were very deceptive in that they're not team up, at least not till later, where it's just like, here's all the characters that are on the team. They all go on solo adventures, but they're on a team, you know?
Yeah. Somebody did mention something about the first couple of issues of All Star had some solo Alan stuff. I'm like, oh fuck,
yeah,
I gotta look at that,
bro. I'm so
sorry. All right, no worries. It's good if I know. I don't want to miss anything. All right.
What's up next?
That is JSA. We're gonna swim on over to Aquaman, if I'm not mistaken.
There we are.
You're muted, Josh. That's why we haven't heard you.
That's why you haven't heard me at all. Alrighty then. Damn it. Well, we'll start from here. Emperor Aquaman number 15, written by Jeremy Adams, with art inside and out, drawn by John Timms and colored by Rex Locust, with lettering from Dave Sharp. Well, picking up right where we left off, which was a crazy out of the blue left turn, or rather, was it into the blue?
Yeah.
The young boy is just the beginning. Not older Andrina, but real Andrina's grandmother, Lolana Marana Chala. had seemingly killed Arthur by turning him into water, now we know that he's been sent into a tiny prison-like part of the blue, and he's been split into 3 parts. Old wise Aquaman, young child origin story Aquaman, and normal age Aquaman residing in the lighthouse, resigning to just living there, knowing that it's an illusion but not really caring. Then old man Aquaman knocks the hell out of him and lets him know that Mera is still alive. It's party time. They join hands, as Aquaman do, and return through the blue. Throughout all of this, remember, Mera showed up just in time to see Arthur changed into water, and she's pissed. So the whole time, all that is going on with Arthur, she's just doing her best to hold her ground with someone who has both some control of the blue as well as Arthur's trident, which proves to be her downfall. See, it wasn't just getting his ass kicked that straightened out Aquaman. He wasn't just told that Mera was alive. He heard her call out to him through his soul bond with the loss of the Trilance Saber. Not just your ordinary trident, now with 5G. He gets back and stands up to Lallana, who retreats using the powers of the blue she still has control over. Aquaman seems to be in full control of the blue as well. But Lallana at least has a small, let's say, pearl of it. And Aquaman has had it, dubbing himself as Emperor. He asks the many surrounding him on his throne to join him in his crusade to not protect just the seas of this world, but every sea, everywhere across the universe. And he gets a resounding yes from pretty much everyone. Whoa and wow, this is pretty crazy. Can't say I saw Emperor Aquaman coming other than the title. I'm glad that there wasn't some long ass journey for Arthur to return to himself. The potential was there, and thankfully that didn't happen. The resolution felt appropriate. We got a really solid down the line villain for Arthur in Lallana, and we just opened up his entire Aquaverse to the entire universe. The stories possibly going forward are fucking exponentially possible, and I'm hoping Adam stays on this long enough to go at least a little solid framework of what this should be. I know he won't write this book forever, but when he does step down, I'm hoping it's a slow handoff like it was to Morgan. This is just top fucking notch stuff. I couldn't be happier. I saw some people bitching about it online, and I just don't understand how. Arthur being the king of the confluence is fucking magical. And it's about damn time that water became one of the parliaments. So, Jeremy, there's no reason not to make that happen. He's an avatar of the blue, hands down, and he's also king of Atlantis and kind of a space cop. So, thank you, Jeremy. Don't stop now. And that doesn't even mention the art. It's just amazing. Tim's and Locust are a powerhouse team, and on this one, they are really knocking it out of the park. Like way out. Especially that small panel at the end when Aquaman slams down the tri-saber and declares his intention. And oh man, that was gorgeous. But all right, I'm done raving. I give it a 9.5 out of
10. Excuse me. I really liked it. I just can't help but feel like this is like Jeremy Adams was reading Black Panther Intergalactic and thought, I could do this. It feels interesting. I'm not going to say it's a copycat. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's just interesting that DC takes, or DC and Marvel both have like very earthbound heroes and send them out into space around the same time. And I know Black Panther's been in space with the Intergalactic Nation of Wakanda for a few years now, but now that Aquaman's doing it, I like it. I like the direction. I think it's interesting. I think it might be done a bit better because they're focusing on the seas. There are planets with water all over the place. And hey, you know who could have used a guardian of the water? Angkor, like 2 weeks ago.
10.
But
Anchor.
exactly. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. I trust Jeremy Adams. I like the direction he's taken, all the books he's written so far. It's a very new direction for Aquaman. I'm excited to see what happens. There's a pretty much unlimited potential right now, but that potential also brings possibilities of things going poorly. Like it's not going to mesh well. Stories could not be as good as they could be. Who knows? Like I said, I trust Jeremy Adams, but this is a breaking point for this book right now where it needs to go well or it's going to go very, very badly. So for now, with everything that's happened, the family's back together. The fake Princess Andy is out in the wind, probably to return in the future. I think I'm gonna give it an 8. It's really hard to score this one, yeah, because I'm cautious, but I'm hopeful.
Cautious but hopeful. I like it.
Yeah. Brandon?
This is an okay issue. It feels a little bit like what else can we do? But I can't say the book hasn't been building to it like it's earned. It's just I just don't know if I'm as interested in it, if I can be honest. And so I don't know. I'm kind of like Emperor Aquaman protecting people throughout the blue or coming through the blue. Like, okay, sure, why not, right? I don't know. It just doesn't really, to me, it just does not seem like a very interesting Aquaman story. And I was kind of hoping that we would get the Flash treatment for Aquaman, especially given that I feel like his supporting cast has just always been very lacking. And like that's something that could have used some beefing up. Great opportunity to do some really nice character work with Arthur, but it just feels like it's been a lot of mythology building, and I'm kind of bored. So it's a fine issue. It looks very pretty, and there's some interesting concepts, but I'm just like, I would trade that for a very simple, very genuine Aquaman story than, I don't know, him leading the multiversal kingdom of the confluence or whatever the hell they're calling it. So yeah, I mean, if it's something that you're really into, that's cool. I'm kind of like, I'm done, like let's just kind of bring it down a little bit, not everything has to be this massive experiment. So that's where I'm at. I give it's just not really my cup of tea in terms of what I would want for an Aquaman story right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going through the issues to see exactly how many features you'd need to read. I don't think there will be that many. So
okay, good.
Looked like it might have just been those first few issues. So.
Is it only a handful of pages, or is it a full 13 story?
That's what I'm trying to find out. I think it might be like a 12, 15-page story.
Oh, okay. All right. If there's enough of them, I might just try and do it all in one day. Like, here's every All-Star Comics feature for Alan Scott.
Aren't any past issue 13, so that's good, but
how many
the way I
issues
can
of
tell
All-Star
is
was there?
Yeah, a few, and then the book got canceled and then brought back in the 70s. I think with issue 54 or something, so it'll look a little deceiving, but yeah. Let me find that one out.
Okay, I gotta figure that out. Thank you for letting me know. But with that, we're gonna talk about Green Lantern some more. Yeah, but Green
we
Lantern
are.
4. Yeah,
and I just had to take a second because like my mind wanders a little bit sometimes, and I'm sitting here thinking, like I'm always calling Brandon the librarian. I've got a few nicknames for myself, but I'm always calling Brandon the librarian. I'm like, what would be a title for Rob? I'm feeling very creative today, so I did turn to AI for it and had them take a listen to a few of our episodes, and the AI spit out that your name should be the architect because you often analyze pacing and provide framework for discussions. So we have the
I was
librarian and the architect.
When you said
So-
AI, I was not confident at all. That's not that bad, actually. That's actually well thought out. Interesting.
So I asked it to identify my role, and it said owner, and then I got with producer, and then I started having to yell at it and tell it to pay attention to like the personality, and then it gave me op-ed realist. So I said, is the librarian, the architect, and the asshole accurate? And it said, well, that captures the dynamic with a lot more on-air honesty if we're looking at the actual chemistry of the DC Comics review show. That trio is arguably the most accurate description of how this show feels to any listener.
I wasn't gonna say it, since you brought it up. Yeah, it's basically AI to you right now. That's hilarious. You got the librarian, the architect, and the asshole.
I like it.
That should be the title of our first video on YouTube.
Yeah.
The librarian, the architect, and the asshole. We are La.
That's awesome. Good cop, bad cop, rule of law. All right. Okay.
All right.
Now that that's done and I wasted some of that time, we are on Green Lantern Corps 14.
Yes, this is written by Morgan Hampton with art from Fernando Pazarin and Auclair Albert, with colors from Marie Prianto and letters from Dave Sharp, with the cover from Pazarin, Albert, and Prianto. We pick up after the DCKO tournaments, excuse me, a while after Guy came back to Oa, and a while after the last page of issue 13, where he saw baby forms of the 7 entities of the emotional spectrum, and that has blown up, where he now has his very own Temple of the All-Sight on Malachite on Oa, where he's become a religious figure. I'm sorry, I can't look at the images and not laugh my ass off. Holy shit. Nostromo, Salak, Brother, or Saint Walker, Arkillo, and Dextar are all bowing to him to give them guidance.
Meow.
He turns to fucking Narf and says, "Yes, my son." Oh my god, this is the fucking best thing that's happened to Guy Gardner in years. Okay, compose. He is a religious figure. People look to him for guidance. He doesn't care for it, but he's what did Loki say? Burdened with glorious purpose is basically what's happening here. He's the only one that can see the baby entities, and they kind of push him to find them. Yes, he has been granted what they call the All-Sight, Emerald All-Sight. Whether that's the case, we don't know, but it's an ability he gained after the DCKO tournaments. And throughout his conversation with Narf, as Narf keeps saying, like, you have lantern duties that Jess wants to talk to you about, and he's so excited to get the hell away from his followers and the temple that he just goes running. The whole time, the baby version of Proselyte keeps saying the numbers 3601. Now, you lantern fanatics out there will know that there is precisely 3,600 sectors divided by the Guardians of the Universe. So 3601 is an unknown sector, is a brand new one, if that is the case. And that is pretty much the case, because after these discussions, Jess is looking for kind of her own guidance from Guy to help find these entities. And Guy says that Proselyte does keep saying 3601, so maybe we got to go to the lost sectors. And I know it's forbidden. That is where the Manhunters are, but this is the only clue we got. So he handpicks a team to go into this new sector. Meanwhile, John and excuse me, Katma are having some relationship issues. She's just after what happened with the avarice bomb, basically, in last issue. She's just not feeling welcome. She's not feeling good about her place here. She feels kind of forced into it, and she just needs to escape a little bit. So John takes her to where she wants to go, New Korugar, specifically to Korugar City, and they come across this event called Bokra, which is basically a street fight where the champion picks his next opponent. And this champion currently is Terror Fist, which like gives absolute Batman a run for his money in terms of muscle count. He's looking for his next opponent, as his previous one is dragged out bloody. Someone from the crowd, cloaked, says, "I volunteer." The person decloaks, and it's Saranic Natu, the once daughter of Sinestro and Yellow Lantern and Green Lantern. She has arrived with glowing yellow eyes, beats the shit out of Terror Fist, breaks his arm, and that's when John. Yeah, that's when John realizes what's happening. His ring gets a little bit of a sensation that she's possessed by Parallax, specifically the baby version of Parallax. So he enters the ring as the next opponent. Parallax calls him out, and they have a brief bit of a conversation where John says, "I gotta take care of you, so why don't you come to me instead?" So Parallax inhabits John. He turns into his Green Lantern outfit with some yellow trimmings all over it. It's not a full Parallax outfit, but it looks rather menacing.
Enough for you to know that he's there.
Yeah. When I saw Parallax was inhabiting John, I was like, oh shit, now we're gonna see his Parallax outfit. It's not quite, but at the same time, it's a weak baby Parallax, so it makes sense. Also, John theorizes that Parallax was inhabiting Saranic Natu because of the connection that her lineage has with the yellow spectrum, and also using it to kind of gain strength through fear. Participating in Bokra, supposed to instill fear in the people around her, and that will give Parallax strength. So the entities want to grow. Meanwhile, the hand-picked team of Guy, which includes Razor, Sinestro, Ellie Stewart, Joe, Larfleeze, and Aya. Nostromo tagged along too. Sorry, he also picked Fatality, who is an Indigo Lantern right now, and Nostromo tagged along too because of Fatality. They all head to Sector 3601 on Biot, which you might remember is the Manhunter homeworld. They head into it, which has a mysterious indigo glow. And then they are met by the Manhunters, who also have a mysterious indigo glow in their eyes, as Fatality theorizes that somehow the Manhunters are feeding on Proselyte's compassion. Excuse me, and that is where our issue ends. A lot of shit happened here. We're diving right into the baby entity story, going right off the bat with two of them appearing before some Green Lanterns. I'm stoked about it. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. A lot of Lantern fans agree that the entities going away was a dumb idea, and anything that happened with the emotional spectrum, the entities was maybe one of the best parts, and getting rid of them was really dumb. So having them come back like this, really interesting idea. Curious to see what's going to come of it. Katma feeling a little used and not in her own place right now. Completely understandable. It's what I figured was going to happen anyway. And this whole idea of John and Katma being together, as much as I'm all about the idea, I don't think this is the way to do it. It doesn't feel right. Where the fuck is Moraine? She should show up. I know I'm spitballing. I might be the only person that wants Moraine to show up, but at least she's alive. Just saying. And Guy, you heard my reaction before I even started it. It is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen from Guy Gardner. And that's even beyond Nathan Fillion's performance in Superman 2025, which was also hilarious. This is even better. My favorite direction for Guy Gardner in a long ass time, maybe ever. I can't wait to see what happens to him after this. He's got it's either a one-off or a miniseries coming up soon too. Who the fuck knows? His bowl cut is back, but it's more of a monk cut. It looks ridiculous. The art, I think, is fantastic. I actually liked all the faces in this time, and I've always loved the color work from Marie Prianto. This is getting a 9.
And you, Brent?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't have too much else to add other than the baby entities are very cute. It's seeing Soranik back, and for a little bit, where has she been since like 2018? Yeah, I don't know where this John Parallax thing. I am in possession, but
yeah,
interesting to see like what his personality is like, because we've kind of, obviously we see what Hal is like with Parallax. We kind of saw it a little bit with Kyle during Sinestro War, but this will be fun.
Yeah, I mean, what in the ever loving green hell is going on, man? I mean, what a fucking ride. Lantern League All Side is cool. That's a cool ass team. The Manhunters with Proselyte is fucked up. Saronic Natu is fucking cool. John possessed by Parallax. That's fucking crazy. Everything is just absolutely fucking bonkers, but in the best kind of way. I love this shit. I am gobbling it up like a fat kid with the munchies at a Candy Bar Factory's quality control room. The art is just, it's always some of the best that comes out every week. And this issue is no different, man. Story art, all fantastic. It's just so.
I don't know why, but you got really, your audio went down, got quiet.
Like real quiet?
Yeah, like I could barely hear you quiet. It feels, it's good now, but it's just when you were on the tail end of your review there, it just got really quiet. Like you were far away.
Oh, I don't know what happened there, but it's real good shit. 8.75 out of 10.
Hell yeah. All right.
And now for what has been for 32 books straight, Brandon's favorite publication from DC Comics.
Well, it had its better moments and not better moments. It's a long story, long explanation. But after 30 years, we've now come to the point of desperation where hopefully a retitle will give this book a little bit of a lift, a little bit of a boost. So we have the new christened news. Oh my God, I woke up and it was 1990. Feels like I'm reading the Wolfman relaunch from 1990. But we don't have Marvel. Well, actually, I guess that's not fair. That was called The New Titans. This is just called New Titans. Although I think it did relaunch after issue 100 as just New Titans. I'm going to go down a rabbit hole. This is the New Titans. Sorry. New Titans, number 33, written by Tate Brummel with art from Sami Basri, colors from Adriano Lucas, and letters from Tom Napolitano. This summarized. Not a lot happens, but also a lot happens. But that's more character. Is experiencing a bit of a Groundhog Day situation, or is it just Groundhog Day situation?
I think it's Groundhog's Day.
I gotta check that one. But basically,
I think it has the S on it.
I honestly don't know. I was just going the bird, which is probably
it's singular, not plural.
That's what I thought, but I mistakenly added the possession. Anyway, so Nightwing is living the same day over and over for what seems like forever, except it's not exactly the same day. It's more like the same tropes, same beat. In our first sequence of repeating story plots, the they win naturally. Roy makes jokes, and they all call it a day. And then the next day, basically the same thing happens, except with Tara. And she's like, "Hey, I'm going to join you guys again." And they're like, "Okay, well, I guess we'll see how it goes." So you see a lot of this recurring stuff. Time while Nightwing and the rest of the Titans are experiencing this, Nightwing is seemingly being communicated to via his coffee machine, who's saying, "Don't drink the coffee. Like, this is what's keeping you guys in a loop. This is the illusion of, the same thing over and over again." So Nightwing initially is skeptical, and we see a series of conversations back and forth between his coffee machine, but still is going through the same motion. So later in the issue, Nightwing and Corey have where Dick is like, "Doesn't it feel like we're just going through the motions and experiencing the same thing?" And I was like, "Wow, this is not subtle at all." They have a little bit of a tender moment, but again, still repeating the same beats, the same emotions, the same melodrama and everything. Until finally Nightwing reaches a point where he decides to smash the coffee machine, and that's when everything starts to turn to shit. Goes back out to the main room where the rest of the Titans are, and immediately notices that Donna has started to freak out when Dick mentions that he might be behind what the hell is going on. Roy starts to get pissed, but then he's affected too. And shortly after that, a group of heroes, the new Titans, were there to set them free. And our roster is none other than John Kent, Yara Flor, Stephanie Brown, and Red Devil. Yes, you heard me right. Eddie MFing Bloomberg is back. Or they brought him back in Flash or something, but now he's back in the Titans. So this is an interesting one because, like I said, this is the how the fuck did we save this book moment. I think that the Titans have been in a rather weird and repetitive place for probably the last 30 years. Shit, longer than I've been alive. And the problem is no one really knows what to do. Like, do we just hit the same story beats? Do we have the same lineup again? Like, do we just keep doing the same thing because it's what people know? And then when they're of it, we'll share it with people. And this is very much like it's masked in the story of in the same. That's very obvious. Now, I don't know if Tate is expecting to be this heavy-handed with it. It's not subtle. Maybe he was just trying to be clever. I don't know. But I was laughing throughout this entire issue, and I don't think it was meant to be funny, but it was very funny to me. Sorry?
I took it the other way, man. It's like, and I don't mean to interrupt your review there, but I feel like I went like, what in the literal fuck? Dave Bromble they just took all the complaints about the Titans book from the last 30 years and turned it into a fucking storyline.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like, I mean, it's not like I'm the only one who's been, but yeah, consciousness of Titans fans who've just been like, why do we keep doing the same lineup? Why is it always the same? Why is it every 5 to 10 years we get the reunion cast that they're bickering again? Like, it's just it's become a trope at this point.
Yeah.
So I've read no interviews with the Bromble about this book. Like, I don't know if that's what he set out to do. So I mean, I doubt this is coincidence. Again, that's why it was kind of funny to me. I was like, does he know? Like, was he trying to say something, or is this just a funny thing that he thought would be interesting? Anyway, regardless, I really liked this issue. Don't get me wrong, not a whole lot happens, and it is very reflective and kind of meta on the status of the Titans. But as far as a new direction goes, I was really into it. And I really love his point of view, especially because if it's anyone who feels like he's been arrested development, it's Nightwing, which sounds kind of paradoxical. Sorry for the word. But like Nightwing is someone who has grown immensely, but
and everybody keeps calling him a Robin.
Well, that's not really what I was trying to say. It's more like he's grown immensely, but still falls to the same route over again. That's sort of what I mean by the Arrested Development, because it's like he's gone Robin to Nightwing to Batman to very much to himself, and yet anytime he's with the Titan, like he's 18 again. So what are we doing here? Why does it feel like he hasn't grown at all? And that's why I really found his perspective is like, at what point does the dream become a nightmare or nightmare become a dream? And that final conclusion he reaches where he's like, it's when they're the same thing. I was like, wow, that's a very interesting perspective, because all of this, I'm sure, is appealing to him. You know, it's with his friends and everything. But growing, if you're just doing the same thing over and over again, not really. So there's a lot to dissect about this book, actually. I thought it would go by quickly, but I didn't realize I had so much to say. I haven't even talked about the new lineup yet. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, to try and keep it short, very interesting start. I just kind of want to see where this could go. Like, I really have no idea. I don't know if it's just going to keep doing the commentary thing, or if it's going to be more focused on this new cast, or I don't know. I'm genuinely like, this could go anywhere, but really interesting start. And I hope it goes well. The art is great. That kind of speaks for itself. But yeah, I guess there's a lot more to unpack about this one than I realized. So I'll give it, I don't know what to score this. Fuck it. 8.5. That just feels wrong, though. I don't know. I feel like I don't have a score for this book. There's just a lot more going on. But yeah, let's go with 8.5.
8.5 is what I went with it too. I thought that it was fucking genius to take all of those complaints and turn it into a storyline. It was so heavy-handed that I don't see how it's possible Tate Brombell didn't know what they were doing.
There's no way you could know, but I don't know.
I mean, there is a way, but I mean, I don't know. I can't wait to see what happens, because I'm feeling pretty hopeful about it, hedging on Donna being okay. I started this thing going through reading it like, what the fuck is Dick having a midlife crisis? And then the coffee, man, an evil coffee machine, the worst fucking nightmare. Yara, John, Spoiler, and the Red Devil. I like that team. I love the art. I'm in to see where this goes. Does this mean that the Titans team is going to look different when this is all said and done? I fucking hope so.
Yeah, almost.
But I hope it's handled right, because the characters that they have chosen are all very big characters as far as their characters go, not like in popularity or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like Yara is a very loud, big personality. They're going to have to find ways to make those blend in really well with the current typeset, who, let's be honest, are running a little on the unleaded gasoline side of things there. It's gotten a little stale. Wooden, maybe. But in any case, this shit is great. I myself, 8.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I guess just one more thing. I didn't even really talk about the new lineup, but like, this is such a random, not at all like carefully sourced lineup of new Titans. Like, I don't know what the fuck to make of it, to be honest. I mean, I was trying to think of some kind of connective tissue. I guess they all have that sort of legacy attachment where, you know, Yara has the Wonder Connection, Superboy, John being Superman, and Steph being Batgirl. But I mean, they're not the obvious choices, is sort of what I'm saying. Like, if you were to choose Batgirl, you probably would go with Cass or Barbara. They're the more popular ones. For Wonder Girl, you already have Donna on the team, or sorry, not Wonder Girl, but a Wonder Woman adjacent character. You already have Donna on the team, but obviously there's Cassie and Trinity and any other number of characters. So it was like, I was looking at this, I was like, why would anyone pick these guys? But I think that's what makes it appealing to me. It's like, well, why not, you know? At this point, yeah, like if you're in your most desperate hour, fuck it. Let's put together a team with John Kent and Red Devil. It could be the greatest team you've ever read in your life. And to be honest, I really hope it is.
It looks good to me. What do you think, Rob?
I've been trying to piece together some thoughts about this. I don't fully have yet, because I feel like there's not enough of the story here to really appreciate the direction it's going in yet.
Sounds like you and Brandon kind of got the same thing going on there.
Yes, it's hard to really, like, the story we got with Dick going through the motions of a, like Brandon described, a Groundhog Day scenario. It wasn't what I was expecting. It wasn't what I was hoping for. I get the meta commentary about Titans and all that, and that's great. But for like a first issue for a big new story arc and a big new team, I was expecting something a bit more bombastic, a bit more official or bigger. It just felt a little dull compared to what I wanted to see. And that's meta commentary aside. The team itself, I've been hemming and hawing. Like, I like the lineup, and I like that Kid Devil wasn't even teased. Kid Devil's a big surprise, or Red Devil, sorry.
Right.
Kid Devil since the 80s.
I keep calling him Kid Devil, but Red
Kid
Devil.
Devil.
That was a nice surprise. Tara has been teased on the cover, and she's not even there yet. So that's makes you wonder how many other people are going to potentially be on the team. But what's making me think even further about this, and this is something I don't know how I completely feel about. Now, Brandon, you also coincidentally were mentioning the 90s when it was the new Titans and it was a whole new roster and the old Titans were left behind. What if that's another case here? So they can have Yara Flor because Donna Troy is not going to be on the team anymore. None of the Titans we had, I honestly thought going forward it was going to be these people are going to be added to the roster of Titans that we already had. But now I'm getting the vibe that they are not an addition to, they are a replacement of, and that the Titans we have are just going to like kind of become mentors or just go off on their own way. And that's maybe where this side story of Dick, or not really side story, but of Dick's, like, we're just going through the motions, going pacing every single day is the same thing. Maybe we need to try something else and just go our own path for a little bit. And this is where the new Titans come in and they take on the team role. And then the Titan, like Dick and Starfire and Gar and everybody's just going to be gone for now. And if we're going to go even more fucking 90s, Roy Harper is going to stick around as the mentor.
I think it's kind of going to be like that, where it's not necessarily going to be a replacement, but a fusion. But I do think it probably won't be Roy sticking behind. Based on covers and solicits, it'll probably just be Dick. And I think to his point, it's probably, I don't know. I guess that's where I'm a little conflicted, because it's like Dick is still staying on the Titans, so that's very much going to be a part of his life. But I guess the difference is, rather than going through the motions with the people that he knows and has worked with for years now, it's going to be another sort of newer roster that he'll kind of oversee, maybe with one other Titan. But I don't know. Like I said, it could really go in any direction. Now, if this were Marvel Comics TM, all of the Titans leaving the book would be getting their own solo features, which would be awesome, but
they would last 3 issues.
They would last 5 issues, and then they would be quietly canceled.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the kind of thing, like, initially when they were talking about plans for the Titans and some characters leaving the team, I was like, I really hope that's what they do. Like, fuck it. Give them all solo features. Maybe one of them will have the Poison Ivy effect, and it'll be a huge hit.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's just a dream for another day.
Yeah. I mean, if we really want to know, I found out the other day that Tate Bromble actually lives in Toronto. So just give me a week and I'll find him.
I'm sure you will.
Do it.
And I'll ask him personally, and then I'll have my first restraining order.
That's only if you get caught. Well,
I
that's
mean, I have
only
to
if you
ask
get
him.
picked.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, I honestly don't know how to score this either because I just feel like there's not enough knowledge yet to really. And I know we're just doing this one issue, but it's kind of hard to talk about this one issue and not talk about the story arc because this was really just like a setup for the grander story arc. And
It'll
I don't know
be
where it's
better.
going
I think it'll be better to score once this first arc is done.
Yeah. So I for now I'll give it an 8 because it was interesting, and I like the new roster. Red Devil was a nice surprise.
That is such a random. I can't get over that. I don't know why that's sending me so much. I'm just like, why are you here?
It's
I'm
an
not
odd
complaining. I'm
choice.
just like, of all the people,
They need a magic character. Well, who's a magic character we haven't seen in a while?
I mean, but like Eddie never really used magic. I guess the best thing you could say is that he is kind of a lesser version of Blue Devil, and he doesn't even really use magic either.
I mean,
No,
if
he's
you
just
wanted to have a
odd.
magic character, you get Zachary Zatara back,
Yeah, or
and even he's been used in the past couple of
or
years.
Tracy 13, or
Ooh,
what's her
oh,
name?
Tracy 13. That's a good idea.
Yeah, like they've had a few sorcerers on the team, but I don't know. I'm just like, that feels like, you know what it feels like? It feels like when an X-Men writer comes in and they have a very obvious niche favorite, so they just kind of shoehorn them on the team because they just want them there. They just want to write that character. I'm sorry, Glob, I love you, but half the reason you're in books is just because writers like you. It's not
Glob
really-
Herman?
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
You
Glob
never
is
see him.
awesome.
I agree, but you never see him do anything. He's just
'Cause
there.
He doesn't have powers. He's just
Yeah.
a glob.
That's my point. Like, why would he be on an X-Men team?
So funny enough, who is it that's writing on X-Men?
Well,
right
not
now?
everybody that's
That's what I was
at
thinking. I was like,
school
he
is
was
on
on.
the team.
I haven't caught up with it, but when I was reading some of those Jed McKay X-Men
Jed
issues, I'm
McKay, yeah.
why is he here? He
He's
doesn't
the-
do anything.
He's literally, that's been explained, he's the team chef.
Yeah.
Again,
He
my
runs
point
the kitchen, he grows the food, and that's
My-
the only reason he's there.
My point absolutely stands. It's just because a writer really likes that character, which is totally valid. But
It's
I'm
valid.
like,
He's a cool character.
yeah, you just need something there. Now, I'm hoping for Red Devil, you get some kick-ass development, but
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, he probably just likes the character Red Devil. And you know what? Respect. Because you could have gone with someone obvious, but you didn't. And I love that.
If Bunker gets introduced to the team again, I'm sold. I can't lie. For all the shit that the New 52 caused with the Titans, I honestly really like
one
Bunker.
saving grace.
Yeah.
Honestly, yes. I would be, if Bunker could get like an actually good Titans roster to be a part of, that would be great.
Yeah. I actually really liked him in Red Hood Outlaw. I can't lie. It was really well placed there, but like, yeah, like you said, back on a good Titans roster, that would be solid.
Him and Solstice. I wouldn't mind seeing Solstice get redeemed.
Yeah.
Another character that was kind of clipped by the New 52, but oh man.
You know who else will be solid? Static.
Oh man. Well, it sounds like they may have some plans for him, but I
Maybe.
feel like he needs a solo book before they put him on a Titans team again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens. Hopefully somebody's doing something with Static.
Yeah.
Well, all right, kids. Are you ready to move on as we approach the 4-hour mark?
Yeah, we got 4 books left.
Get out of this house.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's try to do that for you. Then I'm going to kick it off our run out here with Nightwing 136, written by Dan Waters, with art penciled by Dennis Cohen, inked by Norm Rappman, colored by Francesco Scala, with lettering from Wes Abbott, and a cover by Jorge Fornes. This is a pretty quick summary, but don't let that take away from this at all. It's after the tragedy of the Zani and what was done to the city a little bit after. We know that because the new mayor has had time to build a new superhighway running through the middle of the town. A few months at least. And Dick has been having to get around by car because, there's not even a skyline rooftops to support a Nightwing. So that's what he's been doing. And he's sitting in the tunnel. He's doing traffic. He's on his way driving around, and he picks up a woman walking in traffic. So, as one would do after getting picked up by somebody who's compassionate enough to let you into their car, she tries to kill him with starting to spout some stuff about how men like him used to kill witches and bury them at the crossroads. Then, while they're driving, she grabs the wheel and causes an accident in which 9 people die. And then she disappears, like poof, disappears. So now Dick is wondering, was there even a woman at all? Oh, man. I did that summary real quick, but that's because I wanted to take away as little as possible from this issue. This issue was really, really, really good. Cohen, Ratman, and Segala together on this book with this story, freaking ridiculous. Awesome stuff. And now, as far as the story goes, I wasn't expecting another supernatural mystery to follow the Zani so closely, but I am not mad at it. The last one was dealing with some magistrate wannabes while fighting an evil supernatural baddies. And now this is him learning a whole new Bloodhaven with a brand new mayor and his metaphorical wings clipped while fighting some supernatural baddies. I'm down. I think that this may be a Ley Lorena type of situation. I think this woman will only try to kill men. I'll have to wait and see if I'm right about that. But regardless, I'm freaking digging it. I can't wait to see where it goes. Reads great, looks great, is great. 8.75 out of 10.
I don't have too much to say. Like, this is absolutely a book that speaks for itself. Witches in Bloodhaven, hell yeah. And it is another supernatural story, but I mean, literally a grounded one, because Dick is grounded. Like, he can't soar as much as he wants to, and I kind of love that. And it's just like okay, I don't want to, like I said, I want to go too much into it, but I just like the way Dan Waters has transformed this book is like, it's just something to be studied, because it is so seamless, the transition between the on with the show arc that we were dealing with the Zani and everything, and this one, and just how cleanly it goes from the city was destroyed, now it's been repaved and has all these highways and shit, and that perfectly sets up this new arc. Like, it's so flawless. Because sometimes you'll have 2 arcs and they just kind of jump, like it's like, okay, we're done with that one,
right,
we're moving on to something else. But this one is so fluid, and it's like we've just seamlessly moved on to the next thing, and it's just as exciting. And you couldn't have picked a better art team to fit this kind of murkier tone now that the city's a little bit, well, kind of industrial. I mean, Bloodhaven's always been a little industrial, but now it's got all these highways and it's got a kind of weird flavor to it. There's so much to love about this this new start, and I'm just so on board with it. And the way that this book has become its own thing is incredible. So this one gets a 9.25 out of 10 for me.
Woo! Brandon dropping big ones. What about you, Rob?
Not the high score this week, though, as you'll find out soon.
Oh shit! Ooh, teases, I like it. So I'm gonna start this off a little weird. Dynamite is publishing a comic book based on the Supernatural TV show right now, written by Greg Pak. Issue 5 just recently came out. I've caught up to it. I've been buying it because I really like the show, but I don't know if it's Greg Pak or what. It feels like the Greg Pak has just like read a synopsis of the show and written it based off of that, and doesn't really capture the essence of the characters at all. It's really cheesy, and it's not very horror based like the show always felt like it was.
Why did they not just get Kripke to write it? I don't understand that. I know he's busy
with the boys. Yeah. This issue felt more like an issue of what Supernatural should be, and like down to a fucking car. This felt like an issue of Supernatural, like it always was meant to be. Dan Waters has taken Nightwing and turned it into a horror book, and I'm all for it.
Yeah.
My only gripe is, and maybe this is just because the city I live in, they built a super highway that quickly. Is this how construction is like outside of Toronto?
No.
It must just be a DC Universe thing, man. They just
Yeah.
put this shit together super fast.
Because like I see that, I'm like, that should have taken 2
The
fucking
highway
years
got
minimum.
built
Yeah.
fast. The skyline hasn't been rebuilt yet.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they focused on a super highway and fuck where people live. That sounds
Pushing
like
it right through there.
Toronto.
Remind me not to go driving in Toronto.
Oh fuck! I told you, Highway 401 once you reach the GTA is a shit show, dude. But hey,
Great.
if you learn to drive there, you can drive anywhere.
Oh my
No,
God.
learn to drive in Las Vegas. You can drive anywhere. Toronto's not shit, homie.
No, learn to drive in
Toronto.
Boston and you can drive anywhere. Jesus Christ.
Man, I think y'all need to drive on the 401 of the GTA, dude.
I have, Rob. You know I have.
That was like 30 years ago. It's gotten worse. There's a lot of stupid drivers now. There's people driving on the wrong side of the road weekly.
Jesus.
That sounds
Not quite
about
daily, but more often than you think it should.
right. Well, that's never a good sign.
Never a good sign. Nightwing, though, I'm going to give it 9.25.
All right, we murdered that one. What about what's up next? Deathstroke the Terminator #1.
Oh shit, that's me.
That's you, and
second,
a
I have,
return
like,
to the
5
Terminator subscript for Deathstroke. It's been a minute since he's had that title on that book.
Yeah,
Probably not since the original series ended at some point.
Yeah,
in
really.
1990 something.
just kind of crazy.
Yeah.
This is written by Tony Fleeks with art and cover by Carmine Digi. Oh my god, speaking too quickly. Carmine Digi and Domenico, and colors from Ivan Placencia and letters from Wes Abbott. Deathstroke the Terminator Part 1, The Killer. Second page, only words, he's a killer. Yeah, they're going dark on this. they're taking it back, and it's only rated 15 plus. Makes you wonder. So Wintergreen is talking to Rose about how he's getting older and he can't just deal with Slade by himself anymore. He needs someone else to help step in. Rose is apprehensive because Slade refuses to change, while meanwhile Slade is on a mission. Of course he is. He is targeting somebody, or he has a job to target somebody, and slowly makes his way in. The whole time Wintergreen is in his ear, giving him very little info and also telling him to talk to Rose. Wintergreen doesn't have as much info on this target as Slade would prefer, but Slade goes in nonetheless because he's professional and he does things the way he does things, even though the client wants him to do things quietly. Slade says, fuck that, I'm the assassin, I'll do it how I do it, because like I said, I'm a professional. Going through immense amounts of soldiers and goons, he eventually gets inside the building where the target is placed, and he runs into the body doubles. When's the last time we've seen them? He has a brief skirmish with them and gets stabbed in the chest, but also eventually takes them out. His healing factor helps him get back into the room that he needs to be, where the target is, and surprise, surprise, it's Wintergreen tied to a chair with a note on, and his throat slit. Dead. And the note just says, Slade, I'm taking everything. And on the computer screen next to Wintergreen's body is Deathstroke Inc.'s accounts. Transfer complete. Every single penny is gone. And in walks, right after that, more soldiers trying to arrest Slade, Well, he's just had the worst day of his life. Everybody dies. But then, even worse, there's a bomb underneath Wintergreen's chair. It blows up, and then Slade is even more pissed off. His money's gone. His best friend is gone. He's been blown up, and now he's got to kill some more motherfuckers. Holy shit. I don't know what I expected with this first issue for Deathstroke the Terminator. I haven't read everything Deathstroke has been a part of. I read his 2016 book. That was quite good. I avoided the New 52 because it was the New 52. I wasn't sure if it was going to be good or not. But this is just fucking crazy. Holy shit. Wintergreen dead right off the bat. I did not see that coming. Who did Slade piss off so much to basically ruin his life?
Jericho.
Right? Chances fucking are. Art was really good throughout. It was basically one big issue of Slade killing a bunch of guys and talking about his personal life, or not talking about his personal life with Wintergreen while Wintergreen talks to him about his personal life. The thing that's got me the most is Wintergreen was in his ear the entire time, right up until he bust down the door where he found Wintergreen's body. So who the fuck was that? And how did they know so much about Slade's personal life and so much about Wintergreen to even like use the voice changer? Like, it was
Jericho.
Brilliantly well done. Josh, I think you're onto something. Yeah, it's a brilliant first issue. I'm giving it a 9 out of 10.
No, solid one. It's a very slick book. Love the sort of flow that Carmine Di Giandomenico has for Deathstroke. And certainly has one hell of a hook. It is not an unfamiliar story. I say that more for Deathstroke's kind of internal thoughts, because we've seen him kind of go through the I'm too old to be an assassin sort of thing a couple of times. But for this, I think, especially for the Wintergreen angle, I'm interested to see where that one might go as well, given that that was really Slade's only source of like support left. So yeah, 8 out of 10.
Right on. I thought it was a really interesting issue. It seemed like it was about Wintergreen retiring at first, and I was thinking it was heading towards Rose taking his place, and then swerve. Wintergreen's dead. Rose is nowhere to be found, other than the other side of a leather, and that's even a maybe. I mean, the part that I'm unsure of, it's the whole I'm something more. I'm hoping that this means this is about to get a lot more deady, and it means that Slade knows that he really doesn't have any of his 3 kids, and now Wintergreen is gone, so Slade's got nothing to lose, kind of. I am more, and not I've developed some sort of a power left over from fucking Dark Crisis. I am more.
Not even bring that up.
So my fingers are really, really, really crossed there. I did enjoy the art in this. Fucking loved it, and I wasn't sure if I wasn't sure if I would in it going into this. I am glad that I did. So far, I am really into the story. It's a really good number 1, 8 out of 10. And it would have gotten higher if it wouldn't have ended with the I am more. Because that part scared me. Was that all of us on Deathstroke?
Yes.
I believe so.
All right. Then for the last 2 books, and honestly, the 2 books I was looking forward to reading more than any other out of this entire pile. Brandon, you take that first one for us, Batwoman number 1.
It would be my absolute pleasure. This one is a real treat. I feel like I have to kind of do a little preamble for this one because it's not often, in fact, genuinely thought would be never, that I get the immense pleasure and honor to introduce a new number 1 by genuinely one of my favorite authors of all time, Greg Rucka. And not only that, but returning to a character that he kind of built from the ground up with Batwoman. So this is a real treat. A story that apparently he's had since 2007, which is crazy that it's taken this long. But here it is.
This is totally Elegy Part 2.
Very much so, and I've seen
and wonderfully.
Yeah, I've seen some criticism, and okay,
they can shut up. You just do your. They just shut the fuck up.
It was more. I mean, I'll get in. Well, I might as well bring it up now. But basically, you had some people saying this issue number 1 doesn't feel like an issue number 1 because it draws so many plot threads from Elegy, which is fair. I always have to think from the perspective of someone reading the first issue for the first time. If you're not familiar with Batwoman's lore, this would just be like a mess. So I can understand that. At the same time, I'm kind of like, I don't really care because Elegy is one of my favorite stories. So is this kind of made for people who already have knowledge and affinity for Kate Kane? Absolutely. No question. Is it new reader friendly? Probably not. Is that going to influence my review? Not at all. So with that out of the way,
you know what? Elegy is an amazing award-winning fucking story, and it's like at this point, $10.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you don't even have to pay $10. You can probably find it at your local used bookstore for half that price. So
yep.
I'm like, do yourself a favor, and if you're confused by that, pick this one up. People hate hearing that. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, Batwoman number 1 is brought to us by the Honorable Greg Rucka with art from Danny and colors by Matt Hollingsworth with letters from Hassan Otsmane Elhau. Now, this story picks up, not really clear exactly on the timeline, whether this is in the current day or at some point in Kate's past, at a time when Kate was basically going through some mental rehab in Greece. So we have a scene introducing us to Kate's therapist, one Dr. Sidaris, who's trying to get Kate to kind of open up a little bit more, particularly about the pain that's been consuming her. And that's when she asks Kate to talk about her sister. Oh, Lord, why would you do that? Why open the can of worms? Because as soon as she does, we are treated to the flashback of the last time Kate and Alice fought, and basically we see a rather costly battle where after Kate had dispelled some of Alice's goons, they had a rather frustrating, difficult fight, similar to Elegy, but not the same, where they're kind of battling it out. Alice in particular has this machine all charged up and ready to go, but Kate is really imploring her not to do it and just trying to break through to the consciousness that's below. But Alice in particular is really consumed by just this coming, mentions Darkseid a few times, but really is sort of masked in mystery as something that she's trying to summon, something she's trying to bring forth. So as I mentioned, they duke it out for a while, but eventually they kind of come tumbling off of a cliff top, and that's the last we see of Alice, at least in that moment. So we cut back to the present day where Kate is still very much traumatized by this experience, and Dr. Sidaris decides to call this session to a close early today. Kate then goes back to her room and I guess really just kind of continues to reminisce over the loss of her sister, while we cut to somewhere else where in this random tower in Greece, various people of this cult group that we're still not clear on exactly are talking about Batwoman in particular and how much of an impediment she's going to be in future plans, especially as they're trying to bring forth Darkseid or whatever this summoning is supposed to be. And that's when, as they're continuing to discuss, a red light flashes through the window, and we see Batwoman flashing her own kind of Batwoman signal or whatever you want to call it, and declaring that they can come and get her. And that's where our first issue ends. This is like I don't know. It's like if you've ever read something that you just feel like you should have had 10, 15 years ago, that's what this book feels like. And I'm not saying that because it's dated or anything. It's definitely picking up on older threads, but this is a book that like I should have this is a book that should already be completed, if that makes sense. Like you should be able to read this alongside Elegy as just like a perfect saga. So the fact that I get to experience it in real time is just incredible. And right off the bat, Greg Rucka's characterization of Kate has not missed a beat. She's still as vulnerable but tenacious as ever. It's just perfect. And it really, I hope, will bring closure to the Kate and Alice sort of ongoing plot thread that has been around since like 2010 or something. So this book is just, it's amazing. Danny really brings the world to life with like this kind of gritty, visceral art, but it just really shines, especially in the scenes where Kate and Alice are fighting. So there's just so much about this book that I love. Is it very much a kind of insular thing? Like you have to be familiar with Batwoman? Yes, but I don't care. Sometimes books like that just need to be. And I feel like I'm contradicting myself when I say it, but whatever. Anyway, 9.5 out of 10. This book was amazing. I can't wait for issue 2.
Yeah, and I'm going to go a little bit away from that just a tiny bit and say that you don't need to be intimately aware of this character. You need to read one trade.
That is being intimately aware of the average reader, I guess. I don't know.
I suppose. But I mean, one trade, $5 for something that's won like award after award after award. I mean, come on now. Don't be ridiculous.
Also,
this is an excellent
long.
And when we're getting, we got Eschatology and we've got Hush 2. Which one do you want to read?
Obviously,
my point exactly.
By Jim Lee.
And I'm noticing that, you know, that theme is carried over. The Elegy is quite much more like a fucking graveside poem, and I feel like this is going to be way more like a big drama, and I am really looking forward to it.
It's almost like the family drama that Greg Rucka never got to write. Like we're going to get more of Kate and Alice. That, I mean, kind of,
and her having to heal after that.
Yeah, it's different.
I mean, that Eschatology, it's you know, the afterlife. It's it's what's, you know, what I'm curious about where it's going to go, because it's obviously it's got to be. I'm hoping Batwoman finally being able to move on past killing her sister. Something else that I thought was interesting. Well, first, Danny and Hollingsworth pull off the perfect aesthetic for a Batwoman book with this sort of tone. It's dark, it's deserved. If it was a mere regular story, I probably want something a little more sleek, but this was fucking perfect. And I liked every page and nearly every single panel. Now, as far as the story goes, I mean, damn, it's good to be reading Greg Rucka again. This is handled great. We're really getting into how fucked up killing Alice was for Kate. And it's happening while Batwoman seems to be fully coherent. While Kate, not quite so. She's being given fucking sedatives and shit to deal with her emotions. Batwoman has her shit together. That's what I'm wondering what the
timeline is on. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but the timeline.
No, that's fine. I felt like it was all happening at the same time, and I trust Greg Rucka enough that I don't think that this is some weird ass or in our shit, because that'd be a cheap story. This is something new, I'm sure, something different, something good. I'm pulled right in already. I can't wait to get more. I'm really hoping that there is something to this, and we're not just looking at Batwoman's out now and we're getting, you know, flashbacks. The majority of the book is a flashback, and then we're like, this is Batwoman now, looking back on it or whatever. I feel like it would be way better if this was all all going on at the same time. You know, I mean, shit. Like I said, I'm pulled in. I can't wait for more, and it's a #1. it's not just a kickoff to a great story. It's easily a 9 out of 10. Well, I don't want to be your friend anymore.
Yeah,
I'm kid.
Kind of scared to talk. I really like the
Rob,
art.
go ahead.
This
I
is
really
a real
like the
make or
art.
break. Like, if you say you don't like this book, that's basically you saying you don't want to be my friend anymore. So
I mean,
choose your
Okay,
words
hang on,
very
hang on.
wisely.
Hang on.
you know, like you're shitting on.
You don't
Greg
understand
Ruckus,
how
the
much
only
Greg
guy that
Ruckus
knows how to
Batwoman means to
handle
me.
Kate and Diana. The
I'm like,
only
choose
one.
your words very carefully, because this is about to make or break a friendship, like more than Mario Party.
We're good, Rob.
It's a great issue. 10 out of 10.
Okay, we're good. So we can
Good.
talk about Lobo now. It's fine. You can say you hated it. I won't.
Please, I have shit on books you guys have loved numerous times. Remember the AI. Remember the AI. The librarian, the architect, and the asshole.
Okay. I'm not gonna shit on it, but I do have opinions. So, and y'all know about me by now. When I start my review of The Art Was Great, you know I didn't like the writing. The art was really good.
I did that, and then you started picking up on the shit, so I stopped. I tried to pick it up.
It's a trademark. What can we say? I'll say I never read Elegy. That's my problem. Right? That's the issue. I never got around to reading Elegy. It's always been on my list to actually check out. I never got around to actually doing it. So opening
Brandon,
this,
can you throw together? Can you get? I'm for real here, and I'll help out getting him whatever he needs. But can you throw Rob together a Rucka recommended?
Oh my god, where do I start?
I've read some Rucka in the past. I know Rucka.
Well, you've read.
I just never read
Central,
Elegy.
so yeah.
Yeah, like I'm no stranger to Greg Rucka. I just like when I think Brandon or one of you said like some criticisms like this doesn't feel like an issue 1. That's how I felt.
Yeah,
I felt you were thrown
again,
in, like you said, it's Elegy Part 2.
Yeah,
and you're thrown into the end of that. So if you never read Elegy, you're going to be a little bit lost, and that's how I felt.
I can sympathize, because it's like, okay, if you know, I don't know, the basics of Batwoman, right? She has the red costume, she like has white skin, and occasionally teams up with Batman and hooks up with the Question. If that's all you know, this story is like a mess. You can't follow it. Who is Alice? What's their connection? Why is Kate so torn about this? Like that doesn't hit as much if you're not familiar with, again, Elegy really diving into that. So I can sympathize, but
I can too, because when I was
harder for me, because it's like I know that story very intimately, so I just can't feel the same way. But
Holly knows of Batwoman, but she doesn't like know Batwoman. So when I was telling her, "Oh my God, look, there's and I'm like, this is why this is so cool, and like having to explain it, I could see the eyes glaze over.
I've been there with my wife.
Doesn't happen very often, but if it's gonna be deep and I'm trying to cram it into 2 minutes, I think she tries to tune it out.
Yeah. So, can I make this worse?
No.
I do know some of the backstory with Alice and Kate, and I get all that. It's just actually Elegy, I don't know the full story of that. So I can appreciate. Why Brandon just left. He's done with me.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
So I can appreciate the relationship dynamics they're building with Alice and Kate, and I'm sure that's even the wrong terminology because Alice is supposedly dead.
I'm just gonna read while you're talking.
I'm gonna read Elegy. This feels like disrespect, but I can't place it. So I understand there's history with Alice and Kate, but I can't.
You're being judged.
Follow up. clearly with where this is picking up. And maybe that's just the way Rucka built it. And I'll have to see how it goes with issue 2. But on the flip side, I've also never been the biggest Kate Kane fan.
Oh,
I was like you once.
really?
I'm realizing this more and more as I go on, and this issue kind of like really solidified it for me. Like, Batwoman is not a character I really care about.
I mean,
It's
Well,
like
that's
Thor.
unfortunate.
that's why you
I
read
just-
this one.
Not that
Oh
interested.
my God! How dare you compare Batwoman to Thor?
I'm not comparing them. It's just they're both characters that I know are widely popular, but I can't bring myself to care.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm with that. I'm with
Yeah.
you there on Thor. Batwoman, I care about just because she's got such a good back story that is so different from everybody else's when it comes to her becoming a Bat character, and like her
That is
character
something I do
itself
enjoy of the character.
is
That is
her-
something I've liked.
I mean, you know, she's an army brat. She's a fucking without a serum super soldier and a lesbian on top of that, and she's had to fight fucking Dracula. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, the Dracula part is besides the point for me. Like the army background and like pushing her way into superheroics that way, and like cousin of Batman and finding the bat symbol that way. Like that all is interesting to me, but that's pretty much where it ends.
well, then that's all you need when it then you get into the whole thing about she thought she killed her sister when she was a kid, came back, wasn't the truth, ended up having to kill her again. This is the aftermath of that.
I'll wait for issue 2. For Danny's art alone, I'm giving it a 7.
Danny's art is gorgeous, especially with that color, man. Oh man. Hollingsworth and Danny together is a good team. All right, well then, so Brandon and I both rated it a 15 out of 10, marking yours averaged out to everybody gave it a 10 out of 10. And
Russell, we're talking about Kate Kane, not the TV show, like the first season. If you're talking the TV show, not the second season. The second season Batwoman never officially made it in the comics.
yeah, that Batwoman was completely googed. All right, well then I guess we get to the last one, the very last issue, the Big Bang Boom, the main man. Yep, big bastiches. Written by Scotty Young with art inside and out, drawn by Jorge Corona and colored by Jean-Francois Bolet. Damn it. Bolet. Spelled his name wrong. Okay, Jean-Francois Bolet with lettering from the Nate Picos of Blambot, which is a huge thing if you're a font or lettering nerd at all.
Yeah.
Nate Picos is pretty fucking he's top of the fucking pile there, man.
But like anyone can access Blambot these days, right? I remember
Yeah, there's Blambot's got so much that they give away for free.
Yeah.
And then their professional stuff that they do with Adobe still to this day is just like fucking good shit, man. But let's get past the letters and move to the Lobo. Lobo pulls up the Chug and Slug Space Pub, and he's there for the bounty on one Wit Dusty, and he's just about to blow his face up. Dog comes in with Lobo's phone, barfs it up, and contract has been canceled. By who and why? Lobo goes to find out, and it's the Omni Omega Plus Entertainment Corporation. They could do that because they could do anything in the bounty hunting business now. Following the success of a competitor's movie called Murder Mouth and Fisty Claws, the OO Plus EC wants to do a reality show following Lobo around as he collects his bounties. OO Plus EC can do anything that they want now because they legitimately bought up, every single bounty hunter business around. All of them.
Which is
They want Lobo, right? They want Lobo because he's super violent but has a code, making him the perfect anti-hero, something that Lobo hates almost as much as he hates that Murder Mouth and Fisty Claws movie. Fisticuffs. I'm not going to get into why that sounds like a porn parody.
Jeez.
Lobo, not wanting to change career paths, I suppose, is now the star of his own reality show, getting his pick of all of the bounties, or maybe that'll go to the company instead. We're going to have to see how this one goes. That was the issue, but this is a pretty interesting idea. I noticed it's story by Scott Young and not written by. Maybe it's the same thing, or maybe Corona is more contributing to the story when it comes to his art. As far as the art goes, I think Corona is doing a good job here. I'm mostly 50-50. His art can be rough sometimes, and there are some rough moments here, but there's also really, really good stuff here too, and I'm digging it. Honestly, his style is fitting with Lobo right here like a glove. And as far as the story goes, I'm interested. It doesn't have me going, whoa, but there's definitely a there. It's definitely going to lean in hard into the Lobo stereotypes. That much I can already pick up, I think, anyway. It'll be a bit zany. Hopefully, we're going to see some space dolphins again. This has got some potential, and if I didn't think so, you know damn well on a Lobo book, you'd all have to hear about it. I gave this one an 8.5 out of 10.
I'm actually right there with you. I also gave this one an 8.5 and had a lot of fun with it. Lobo is not necessarily a character that I read obsessively, unlike Josh, but I like a good parody book, and some of those older Alan Grant issues that I've read were very good for that, making fun of whatever was kind of popular in the moment. So this feels like it's very much doing that. The Murder Man and Fisticuffs had me like, I don't know if it was funny because it was genuinely funny or because the commentary was so heavy-handed. I was just like, this is ridiculous. It's not taking itself at all. But if you didn't pick up on it, very obvious riff on what I suspect is Wolverine and Deadpool.
Obviously.
Obvious. Very, very obvious. I was like, you'd have to be blind not to see that. But I don't know. Just like that sort of commentary and the idea of like commercializing anti-heroes is like this profitable unit. All that stuff was, I don't know. It's an interesting concept. So I think it has the potential to be pretty funny. Feels like they're definitely leaning more into the parody aspect of Lobo rather than the bounty hunter aspect. And I enjoy a good parody book. So I'm kind of down for that. But if you're not looking for that and you want something that's a little bit more cut and dried, him just kind of going out and collecting heads, which I'm sure he will still do, then maybe this book won't be for you. But I enjoyed it actually quite a lot. So, yeah.
Totally getting the feeling that the whole thing was we want an anti-hero, an anti-hero to compete with Deadpool. And they were like, well, why the fuck not Lobo? With Scotty Young being that voice. And I think that's where
Scotty Young wrote
came
Deadpool
from.
in 2018. So.
Oh, did he really?
Oh, wow.
He did, yeah.
Yes, that's even better. Oh, that makes that's good shit, man. I like it. It's good shit. All right, Rob, what did you think about Lobo?
I am pretty much on the same page as you guys this time. Also gave it an 8.5. It was a very solid issue. I felt very Lobo. It was zany. It was crazy. It was wacky. It was bloody. And it was murderous. I think in the modern Lobo age, that's exactly what you need. I was kind of iffy about the creative team, but I think they pulled it off quite well. So I'm looking forward to the next issue. And hey, if the Uber Omega Plus Corporation or whatever is buying up all the mercenary companies, maybe that's who killed Wintergreen.
Huh. Son of a bitch.
Who knows?
We're building up to an event already, Brandon.
Shit, Deathstroke X Lobo.
Well, yeah, that's how they bought up all the bounty hunting agencies in the universe. Like, what about independent bounty hunters? Like Deathstroke, they're not an agency. They just kind of do whatever they want. Yeah,
I'm assuming they meant intergalactic bounty agencies.
probably, yeah. But
How many can there really be?
One now.
I mean, it's a big universe, my
I
friend.
assume there was only one.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've played too many Star Wars games to know that. All right. I think that is it. That's all for our books. And what
Yeah.
a fucking list of books it has been. I'm really disappointed that I'm not getting off here at 6 o'clock to watch WrestleMania, though. I don't know why I thought it was this week. I'm a
Yeah, you
whole
got
week
a month
off.
to wait.
Yeah, whole month off. Damn. But anyway, all right. Well, that is this.
Before we get into our top three, we're not doing honorable mentions, but can I just honorably mention 2 books?
No.
Wow.
Yeah. Sure, man. Go ahead.
Wait, I know there was. Oh no, it's not 2 books. So the just shout out the Vertical line. It's kicked off. Each issue, almost every issue is in their second issue now, and it's all going really well, swimmingly, smoothly, and quite well, quite goodly. I don't know why I was going to say that. If y'all haven't checked out any of the Vertigo books, definitely do that. It's been a blast. And also Superman Unlimited number 11. I know I've been trashing this book since issue 1. The latest one was another John-centric issue, and it looks like it will be John-centric for the foreseeable future until Clark comes back, at least. Have either of you read this one? Because I don't want to spoil the end.
I have not.
I have not yet either.
Okay.
But
well,
I intend to.
You intend not to?
I intend to.
Oh, you intend to. Okay. Okay, so I will not spoil the ending. But
yeah, please. Thank you.
Like, okay, I'll talk about it next week because I have thoughts.
Okay. Yeah. Good deal. Good deal. All right. Well, then that is it. Then we will do our top 3 and favorite moment. I will go first. If I can. Oh no. Okay. Well, no. Rob, you go first.
Okay. All right. My top 3 is going to be, let's see. I have 3 books tied for third place / second place. So I'm gonna say Nightwing at number 3, Absolute Green Lantern at number 1, and Action Comics. No, wow. Nightwing at number 3, Absolute Green Lantern at number 2, and Action Comics at number 1. Absolute Superman being an honorable 4th. Favorite moments? Hell, I don't even know, but I think the one that keeps drawing me back, as dark as it is Jimmy telling Lois to kill him when he's like held up by the parasite. And it's just horrific, and it's stuck in my mind.
That is horrific.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with you, man.
Look, we've covered a lot of books. There's been a lot of moments, but that is the one that sticks out the most. It's not necessarily my choice, but it's one that's come forth.
Well, hey, shit happens. What are you going to do? I'll say...
Shit. Actually, no, I know what it actually is. It's Guy Gardner saying, "Yes, my son."
Mine is this one here, where we find out that Corey has tried other flavors of bean water, including Pinta, Flava. I laughed so hard I made people come into the room and ask me what was going on.
Shit, you just reminded me of a note I forgot to write down for Titans.
Oh yeah?
Tate Bromble. So this whole issue, at least that page right there,
yeah,
very much felt like Tate Bromble was a fan of the 2003 Teen Titans cartoon, because that page felt like an episode. And like a lot of the sequences that were there felt like I was reading an episode of the Teen Titans cartoon with the character voices, and like it's even the storyline. I mean, that's another thing about it that was kind of like felt off for me. Not that that's a bad thing. It's just really hard to not see it that way and accept this as like a modern day Titans comic book and not be transported 20 years ago,
Not necessarily a bad thing, though.
No, it's not a bad thing, but it made it really hard to understand it and score it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, Brandon, what about your top 3 and favorite moment?
He is missing. Camera off, microphone off.
Oh, well,
yeah.
All right. Damn, we almost had him for the whole show. All right, I will go with my favorite moment is being that bean water moment there with in New Titans, and then my top 3 are going to be Poison Ivy number 42 in 3rd place. In 2nd place, Batwoman number 1, narrowly beat out of 1st by Emperor Aquaman number 15. Yeah, and then of course definitely the beans for my favorite moment. Brandon, what was your top 3 and favorite moment?
Top 3, Lobo actually at number 3. I had Nightwing at number 2, but number 1, obviously, without a doubt, had to go to Batwoman number 1, a book that was made for me, and you know what? I'm okay with that.
So damn good.
My favorite moment, though, honestly, there were a few from Lobo that genuinely did make me laugh, but I think I had to go with God. I wish I could find exactly where it was. Oh man, there's a panel where him and Dog are like on the floor laughing or something.
Oh yeah, that was I think just after they enter the office of the new owner.
Just like not so much what they were saying, but just the visual of it. It was so funny to me. I don't know why.
Yeah.
That one really stuck with me.
Good deal. I like it when there's lighthearted moments.
Yeah.
All right, and that leaves us with just one last thing before I get us out of here, and that is picking our favorite cover. Good God, is there a lot to go through? So pay attention while we're looking. We've got DCKO, Action Comics 1096, Poison Ivy 42, Absolute Superman 17, Absolute Batman 18, Absolute Flash 12 and 13, Absolute Green Lantern 12, JSA 17, Emperor Aquaman 15, Green Lantern Corps 14, New Titans 33, Nightwing 136, Deathstroke number 1, Batwoman number 1, and Lobo number 1.
So I'm kind of torn between 3. Oddly 4, but I feel like the 4th you guys are going to yell at me for.
Okay.
So I got Absolute Green Lantern for the color work. Actually 5, sorry. Absolute Green Lantern for the color work. Green Lantern Corps for the comedy. You went the wrong way. New Titans for how dynamic it is. Lobo for Scotty Young, and it looks so fucking no, that was, is that Corona did the art on that, or is that Scotty Young? That is Corona.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Corona.
I wasn't sure if Scotty Young would just decide he was going to go super mature.
I was like, that's Scotty Young. He's completely changed his style.
Yeah.
Unrecognizable.
And the last one, just because it's so simplistic and kind of beautiful in his art style, it's Batwoman. Like I said, Danny is really fucking good.
with so many covers to choose from, I'm stuck between 2 myself, Batwoman being one of them and Nightwing being the other. These are 2 phenomenal pieces of art. I am just a sucker for this shit. I just am. When it's done right, and it's done right there. So Nightwing and Batwoman, for me, I'm going to go ahead and land on 2. With 16 books, I think that's okay. I'm going to cut myself some slack.
Yeah. I think if I had to cut it down, if I'm cutting it down to 2, it's New Titans and GLC.
All right.
I'm right there with you with 1. New Titans is just such a striking cover. That was going to be hard not to go with. But I gotta say, of like the new books this week or last week, it was really, really hard to choose, especially with some of those new number ones. I mean, I love Deathstroke, Lobo, and Batwoman's covers. They're all great, and they're all visually super engaging. So it's very hard to narrow it down even to just two. But I think if I had to, probably going to go with New Titans and Deathstroke, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. New Titans and Deathstroke.
And an observation I'm making about Batwoman, Deathstroke, and Lobo is all three stylistically are the same. It's the lead character, the title character, front and center.
Yeah.
In a situation that kind of fits the character.
It's also kind of like a slightly upward facing shot too.
Yeah.
Kind of, I mean, upward from our position, they're looking down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder if other next level titles are going to follow the same design.
Well, we have the look for Firestorm, which I think is out. Is that next week? Something? I don't know. Whenever that comes out. So I think that's the next number one, and I don't remember when the others are coming out. But
I know there was one coming out with Firestorm, but I don't remember what it is. If it's Zatanna or Barbara Gordon Breakout, but I think that one's later.
Let me see. Anyway. Oh yeah, that one kind of has it too. You know, it just like that, almost like the main profile shot. You know, it's not like they're in an action pose. Well, they're not in an action pose with a bunch of other people, is what I'm trying to say. Just kind of focused on the main character. If that makes sense.
Indeed, it does. And talking about comics for 7 hours makes sense too. We should do that again sometime. God damn. You know, I wish somebody'd pay this.
Not 7 hours.
Nope.
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 Nope. You all done? Don't want to do that again? 13 more minutes and we'll hit 7 hours.
Oh my God. I need to see the sun. Where it's gone.
I feel you guys there, but that is it, and that is all. We can let you guys stand the fuck up and go pee. So thank you everybody for watching. We'll hopefully you leave the room before you go pee. We'll be back next week covering all of DC's weekly releases, same geek time, same geek channel. That is the show. We are going to try and nail things down, level things out, and get back to you on a regular basis. We're getting out of here for now, so you'll have to as well. Seriously, it'll be weird if you're here after we're gone. Be careful out there, and remember, in the Geek Matrix, everybody has a home. In the Geek Matrix, you are not alone.
Peace.